Too many microphones, I guess. How many of you guys are ready to see one? Five will get a $1,000 bonus, 6 through 10, $500 bonus, 11 through 15, $250 bonus. Should be a really fun night. Watch the 11 and the 29 fighting for a championship here. Coming up later, the Nut Up Pro Late Model $10,000 to win race. But before we do that, we've got a couple of folks that we want to chat with here. We always talk about support the brands that support our sport. Our big three, Mission Foods, Nut Up, and 5150. And Nut Up Industries helped us raise $8,329 for Children's Hospital over the last month. So we've got the folks out here from Children's Hospital right now that we're going to present this check to them and take a couple of pictures. And before I'll hand that pack of checks over. Nut Up's already sent those. Nut Up was gracious enough. We donated $5 per ticket during that month, August into September. Nut Up matched that $5, so $10 of every ticket we sold for that month went to Children's Hospital. So right now, would like to say hi to Mary Silva from Nut Up Industries and kind of get her take on this promotion.
Thank you, Kenny. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to support the community. We strongly believe in doing that at Nut Up, and thanks to everyone that supported Nut Up.
Make sure you guys go to nutup.com. Right now, you can punch in the code MAVTV20 at checkout. All of you guys out there in short track TV land, we know there's about 15,000 you guys will be watching tonight. Make sure you go there. MAVTV20 at checkout. You get 20% off of your order. Help us out. Now we'd like to introduce a very nice lady that's helped Mary and I through this process for Children's Hospital. So, Darylyn, tell us a little bit about Children's Hospital, the fundraising, and how it's going now. I know COVID, it was a tough situation, so we were trying to help you guys catch up. So tell us about how things are going at Children's Hospital.
Yes, we're starting to get more events outside, so that's really great. So we're grateful to all of you fans who have supported this event and just continue to helping our community, helping our kiddos. We serve 1.4 million kiddos in our county service areas, and we're just so happy to be able to partner with all of the different groups, and Nut Up and Madera Speedway were a way for us to kick that off. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We've had so many families affected by Children's Hospital. Recently, Ken Coventry, he knows this family, the Cicellis, a little choked up right now, so it was a hard deal. But little Gianna Cicelli, where her nickname's G, Audra Cicelli, those of you that are open wheel fans know, one of the most winning female drivers. Her little girl, 10 years old, about a month ago now, hit the back straightaway wall horribly, was injured pretty bad, went to Children's Hospital, spent about 3 nights there. She was just cleared yesterday. So we're actually going to donate this check in the name of Gianna. So thank you guys very much. We're going to take a few pictures now, and then we'll get, after this, we've got some folks from 5150 we want to chat with. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you, Mary.
And then I have the goodies for you.
Okay. I want to bring, where'd he go? There's who.
I lost the...
We have a couple of components here. We've got the Carlos Vieira Foundation. The Carlos Vieira Foundation raises a lot of money for disadvantaged kids, programs, boxing clubs, different things that they do to keep the kids off the streets and out of trouble. Tonight, 5150 and the Carlos Vieira Foundation have brought out some kids, and I'm going to have Julio talk about it here from 5150, the Gloves Not Drugs program.
Yes, sir. Double mic. So we're here with representing the Carlos Vieira Foundation. 5150 is the platinum sponsor of the foundation, and that's why you always see us together. And I actually represent both of them. I work for 5150, but I represent the foundation as well. Today, the foundation real quickly has 3 programs. One is the Race for Autism, where we have grants, direct grants to families in 21 counties in Central California for families that have kids with autism. And we give them all kinds of, well, we actually do the grant directly to them and buy them things that they need with what the doctor recommends for them. Then we have the Race to End the Stigma about mental health.
Adrian.
Adrian,
Araceli.
Araceli,
Carlos.
Carlos,
Diego.
Diego,
Daida.
and Daira. They're all from Atwater Gym.
All right, give me a hand if you would. We're very proud of all of our marketing partners, the effort that we put in, and when you've got partners like Carlos Vieira, the Carlos Vieira Foundation, 5150, it's amazing what they do for the community, and little by little, I think we can all make a heck of a difference, and we're very passionate about using our passion, our love of racing, to make a big difference in the community. We've raised a lot of money for the Madera County Food Bank, Children's Hospital, multiple other charities that we're very proud of. So we just wanted to take a minute. We actually did it by 6:10, so you guys will be racing, and we're going to be making a lot of noise here by about 6:20. I am curious, though. Julio didn't ask him something.
Yes, sir.
Who are they going to cheer for tonight?
Who are you cheering for?
5150. What's the driver's name? Carlos Vieira. All right. I think they're biased. I can't do that. I've got to be neutral. So, all right. I think we're going to have a lot of fun down here tonight. I see, before we get rolling here, I see a race car driver that just won. Come here, Kyle. Let's come out where the fans can see you. Very quickly. Kyle Keller, fans. Kyle just won our Madera Late Model Championship. You're going to try and tie up the overall championship and maybe an outside shot at winning the Nut Up Pro Late Model Championship. Kyle's a young man that's been hustling, helping us sell a lot of Nut Up product. We really appreciate it. But what I want to know, you just won your first televised race. We did an interview with you when you were a little guy. What's the odds of you going 2 in a row tonight?
I mean, we had a good car all yesterday, all today. I think we'll have a good long-run car. We start second. That's where I want to start, so I think we'll have a good long-run car.
All right, watch for Kyle in the 12 car. I'm going to run upstairs. We're doing a live show for a huge audience worldwide. I'm actually going to take Kyle up here and introduce him to Mary. Kyle did a favor for me. I asked him to help us move a lot of Nut Up product. Any of you folks around here, too, if you want a Kyle Keller T-shirt, go buy some Nut Up product. You guys are still doing that? I think they are. It might be, it's the back. Did they sell out already? All right, sorry. I'll see if they'll move up. Kyle was giving T-shirts away for anyone that bought Nut Up product, so it's pretty cool. All right, it's time to have some fun. I'm going to hand this mic back over to Brian, and I'm handing this one to Steven for TV. Stevie, that's a Stevie TV. Here we go. All right, you fans have a great night.
Kenny Shepard. Well, welcome along to the Short Track TV 9th Annual Short Track Shootout tonight. I'm Outback Andy. I'll be anchoring the booth with my buddy Stephen Blakesley. Stephen will be down there doing his stand-up real soon. Big welcome along, big night of racing tonight. We have 250 laps of green flag racing. It will be 70 laps of the junior late models, 30 laps for our Bandolero, and tonight 150 laps for our Nut Up Pro late models. Of course, the juniors brought to you by 5150. I'd like to welcome everybody along from the Valley Children's Hospital, Once again, we're presenting a check of $8,329 tonight to Valley Children's Hospital, and that will be in the name of Gianna Cicelli. So it's pretty cool. Getting ready to throw down to Stephen Blakesley here pretty soon. I'd like to welcome along all the people from 5150. Of course, Nut Up, our two sponsors, main sponsors for these series, are here tonight. Great to have the people from the Children's Hospital here as well. And through the night, we'll be letting you know of some things going on during the night here at Madera Speedway. Just getting the okay here from Matt when I can send down to Stephen Blakesley. Just waiting on Kenny Shepard to make his way up to the back up to the booth here, and we'll get rolling. And I think Stephen Blakesley is getting ready down there. Just make sure that he is ready to go down there. You'll reference Short Track TV and also MAV TV tonight. We'll be doing broadcasts for both tonight. So Short Track TV Live and MAV TV, we'll be recording that for MAV, and that will come out later this year or early next year for the year number 7 on MAV TV. Just waiting for the okay. They're okay down there. Brian Smith, the track announcer, just introducing some of the drivers. Great night of racing here in Central California. A little smoky around. You'll see a little smoky in the background tonight. I want to thank our sponsors, 5150, Nut Up, and of course Mission Foods. We are powered by Mission Foods, sold worldwide. Our officials are ready down there. We're going to have some of the kids from the Gloves Not Drugs program waving the green flag tonight. So it'll be pretty cool for the kids from that program. Full field of junior late models tonight. We'll be back in 2 weeks for the Triple Turkey Challenge event. This will be another great event for Madera Speedway. Very successful event last year, so we're looking to continue that on. So if you're watching us right now, big welcome along. Hey, please give us a likes up if you get a chance. We'll take a look at the live stream, see who's on board. Sterling Baker, good to see you, sir. The Sell family. Ali Young. Graham Swan. Barbara Clark. Caden Cordova Racing. So a lot of people supporting their favorite driver. Let us know who your favorite driver is in this junior late model event. Paul Connick. Okay, getting ready now to throw down trackside for our MAV TV presentation to Stephen Blakesley. Oh. We're going to hold on for 1 second with Stephen. Something is not ready on the technical side. Thank you very much, Stephen Blakesley, down there with his stand-up for MAV TV. Getting ready now for 70 laps of junior late model racing. See, we've got people tuning in from all over the world here right now on Short Track TV. Big welcome along to everybody. Still time for you to share it too. Go on Facebook or wherever, or to the YouTube and share it. This is the 6th season that we're ending up finishing now of junior late model racing. 7th year of pro late model racing on MAV TV. Our fans just getting a bunch of t-shirts thrown out by the 5150 crew down there. So they're throwing out t-shirts. Brian Smith, the track announcer for Madera Speedway, doing a great job revving the fans up. As we get ready to go, the cars have been fired on the grid. Round number 9 of the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. And this championship is still wide open. Brody Armstrong has been the form driver of late. As I get ready to bring in my broadcast partner tonight. He did a great job down there with the stand-up. A lot of money raised the last month or so for the Children's Hospital. Hey, Grandpa Rails, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you, sir, Grandpa Rails. Good evening to you, sir. Yeah, people watching from all over the world as we fire off these junior late models. So once again, you'll hear us talk about MAV TV a lot tonight. We'll be doing a lot of throws to and from commercial break.
Keep going.
So you'll hear us reference back and forth with commercial breaks. Because we do this live and then they cut this up in the production room, we don't really know when they're going to go to commercial. We can take a guess if we get a yellow, obviously, but that's why a lot of times you'll see us throw in a cut to a commercial break or back. That is for MAV TV purposes. I really want to thank you for your support in 2021. It's been a great season. Good to have fans back with us. 2020 was a little bit tough. Joining me in the Short Track TV booth now, Stephen Blakesley back in the booth. Good evening to you, sir.
Yeah, looking forward to this one.
Yep.
What we talked about in that stand-up, Andy, which some of you didn't get to hear, is that 2 of the last 3 times we've run this junior late model season finale during the Short Track Shootout, the winner of this race has gone on to win the title with Bradley Erickson and Jesse Love. The only driver to break that streak was in between them, Seth Wise, who won the 2019 version of this race. So winning tonight could be a good harbinger of things to come.
Yes, and the championship is still wide open. So tonight we will crown a champion. 6th season. This looks like trouble for Kirsty Young. Kirsty has stopped. And probably going to talk to our officials, but the 17 of Kirsty Young now pulls away.
And when the field comes around this next time, you're going to bring us in for MAV TV.
Yes, we will, sir. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV for round number 9 of the 5150 Junior Late Model Championship night. I'm Outback Andy Foster, my broadcast partner Stephen Blakesley. What a great night for racing, Stephen Blakesley. We're going to crown a champion tonight. And let's take a look at the starting lineup. On the front row, it will be the 7 of Kenny Mitchell and the 1K of Robbie Keneally.
That second row, Kersey Young and Cody Kimley.
Move to row number 3, Jacob Smith and Brody Armtrout, 2 guys fighting for the championship.
Texan Barrett Polhemus and Washington's Casey Klein on row 4.
Move to row number 5, Ethan Nascimento and Brody Moore.
Row number 6, Holly Clark and Jeffrey Erickson.
And the row number 7, Haley Lyles and Rebecca Doobie. We have 5 in-car cameras tonight. Brody Armtrout and Robbie Keneally on the outside row.
And that inside row, Kersey Young, Jacob Smith, Barrett Polhemus. Those are going to be some action-packed cameras, I think. Like you said, that third row, those are your championship contenders. All those drivers in front of them, the Fast Four, have never won in this series. Maybe they can win here tonight.
And, of course, tonight we will crown a new champion because there was no one in the field that has won a junior championship here at Madera Speedway before. Pace starting to build out of turn number 4. Kenna Mitchell brings them to the line with Keneally. Now, Keneally ran the local show last week and was really fast in that 1K entry. And we've often seen when they come from running the local show back into the juniors, they really step up their program.
Yeah, side by side out of turn number 4. The 7 of Kenna Mitchell on the bottom, and Kenna leads lap number 1. The junior late model points leader at Roseville trying to get her first Madera win. Keneally fighting back on the top, the driver driving that Keller Motorsports car as they battle down the front straightaway.
Yeah, the Wiley X Keller Motorsports car up against that Sinister Diesel Velocity Racing number 7. And Keneally doing a good job up here. I'm sure he learned a ton last week. Kersey Young in that 17 car. Kersey had that huge crash with this car. They basically had to put new clips on this car. And Kersey's been getting better every week that she's brought this car out. This will be a real big deal tonight if we could get Kersey Young or McKenna Mitchell or one of our other female racers to a win, because we have yet to have a female win around the 5150 Junior Series.
Well, and right now we do not have a female in the lead. Robbie Keneally made a big run on the outside and will lead lap number 4. Can he clear Kenna Mitchell on lap 5? That's the question. Robbie Keneally, your race leader, and he told me in the pits that he wasn't completely confident they could win with this car tonight. I was trying to give him a little bit of confidence and encouragement, and so far it's gone pretty well for the 1K. He leads lap number 6.
Yeah, zoom, zoom, zoom off the top of that hill in turn number 2. Place that car, and of course, Kyle Keller will be on the radio with him as well. And Kyle, winner in the last round of the Nut Up Pro Late Model. So for Kyle Keller to be steering this kid, that's a good thing too for Keneally.
Yeah, so right now the best battle is the battle for second. It's Kersey Young all over the back bumper of Kenna Mitchell for second place. And our points leaders haven't really moved at all. They're still running 5th and 6th on the racetrack. There they are. Brody Armtrout came into this main event 7 points behind the 11 of Jacob Smith in the standings. He gained 2 points because Brody won his first fast time of the year. That's right, all the success, 5 consecutive wins. And Brody had not yet had a fast time until tonight.
No, so that's good news for Brody Armtrout. And now as they run, they're going to lose. He's going to lose a position as the 79 car. Paul Hemus now got around the outside that 11 car. So the 11 Jacob Smith needs to get moving. Trouble, I think, for Nascimento.
Yeah, Nascimento was extremely loose. He gives up 2 positions, and that drops him pretty far back. He'll fall out of the top 10. And right now, as they run on the racetrack, the points lead for Jacob Smith is only 3 points.
Well, it's going to go down to the last lap of this race, last turn, I'm sure, of this race. And then, of course, tonight you get points for the halftime break as well. So it's very, very important that you get into that break and get points. You want to be in the top 5. And right now, Brody Armtrout would score points and that Jacob Smith would not. So that would really close things up a lot more, Stephen Blakesley.
We've seen a lot of clean and green racing the last couple of rounds. You'll recall the last race in this series, we clicked off a bunch of laps with Casey Klein at the front of the field, and now we're clicking off a bunch of laps. We've run 13 green flag laps. They're all kind of lined up on the bottom. It's Keneally, Mitchell, Young, Kimley, Armtrout, your top 5, then Polhemus, Smith, Klein, Moore, and Clark, the Colorado drivers. Spinning 15 car of Haley Lyles in turn 4, but she's going to keep going. We will stay green battle on your screen.
And liking to see Cody Kimley back. That's pretty cool to see Kimley back as Rebecca Doobie is getting lapped here. Rebecca, not sure what happened. They got very, very slow coming out of turn number 4. We're good to see Cody Kimley back in that Burgeson's car at Madera Speedway on MAV TV.
And he got contact from behind from the number 29 of Brody Armtrout. And I know that our promoter and our race directors are trying to encourage these drivers to kind of tone down the contact, and that was some pretty heavy contact. In fact, I think it might have crinkled the front end a little bit on the 29.
Yes, it has. You see the hood on the right-hand side, Stephen Blakeslee. There's about a 2-inch, 3-inch gap there right now. So it certainly has moved the bodywork around on the 29 car. Now Paul Hemus right behind him, and then, of course, Smith, the points leader. And you would think here this could be trouble if Brody Armtrout could get by the 48 car here. That's going to be a big points gain for Brody Armtrout.
Well, look at your screen right here, the scoring ticker here in our 5150 Junior Late Models. Look at the top 8, 2.7 seconds. They're all lined up right together in a lead pack, and just a ferocious pack where you really cannot afford to make a mistake. They're all lined up on the bottom. It's almost like the racing a lot of them did at Good Times quarter midgets on the back straightaway here at Madera. You are on the bottom, and if you wiggle or open up at all, there's a whole freight train of drivers ready to capitalize.
Yeah, and of course, the other thing with these drivers, they come from the quarter midgets. You can put a quarter midget on the hood of these vehicles, so these young drivers come from the quarter midgets to the late models. That's a whole different thing where the quarter midgets, you see the wheels up front. Of course, the wheels are all covered by the fenders. So these drivers do a good job of learning the craft of late model racing pretty quickly.
It's tightening up for second here on lap number 22 as Kersey Young running down Kenna Mitchell. And the all-time best finish ever for a female in this series, Kersey Young with a second, Kayla Eshelman with a second, and then Kersey has another second, so she's got a couple of runner-up finishes, and that's what they're battling for right now with 16-year-old Kersey Young and 15-year-old Kenna Mitchell battling out of turn 2.
Yeah, Kenna Mitchell, this is a good run from Kenna tonight. Good to see Kenna running up front tonight in that Sinister Diesel entry. Doing a really good job running up front, but Keneally now just has driven away by about 5 car lengths from second place, so that's a big gap from Keneally back to Kenna Mitchell. And this is a good battle here with Kimberly now starting to come after Kersey Young as well, and then behind him Armtrout, Paul Hemus, and Jacob Smith, the current points leader.
Well, and you think about Paul Hemus, he qualified 11th in the short track shootout, and he's battling for 6th in the junior late models. So the junior late model is a very tough field. Similarly, Ethan Nascimento qualified in the top 5 in the short track shootout. He's running 11th right now. So this junior late model field is absolutely no joke in 2021. A rather inexperienced crop of drivers. We started the year without any prior winners in the field. And since then, we've seen some great performances from Cale McClenny, Jacob Smith, and the 5 in a row for Brody Armtrout. But this has been an impressive crop of drivers, Andy.
Yes, it has. From right from the practice days early in the year and the private practices right till now, you see the progression of these drivers is just totally amazing. We have the best 10 to 16-year-olds on planet Earth in the #1 Junior Late Model Series on planet Earth and the original Junior Late Model Series. This is the 5150 Junior Late Models from Madera Speedway.
Well, right now, everybody is respecting the race distance, the 70 laps. Everyone's running very clean and green. I don't think the final 30 will go quite as cleanly, especially if you're Armtrout and Jacob Smith, who want to get through the field, want to wrestle it out for the points. Right now, as we mentioned, Brody Armtrout will be 3 points behind Jacob Smith going into the break, as we're 9 laps to the break. 9 laps to the break. The number 1K, Robbie Keneally, took the lead on lap number 4, and this time he'll lead lap 32. This has been the best battle.
Yes, it has. I'm really loving this battle between Kimberly and Brody Armtrout, and they're both similar colors on these cars. And I tell you what, Armtrout's going to probably have to go upstairs here, because I don't think right now he's going to get the inside, because Kimberly has been doing a really good job at defending that inside. This is still a good battle, too. This second place battle for the 2 female drivers of Kenna Mitchell and Kersey Young. These 2 young ladies are doing an outstanding job, and they are slowly tracking down Robbie Keneally.
Yeah, and Kersey Young, I've been really impressed by her late form these last couple of weeks. Has really let the race come to her, and it's worked to her advantage, as they're still racing very closely. The whole top 8 are all together, as Fearless Frank lets them know you've only got 5 to go to that Mission Racing Style Tortilla Chips break. A big maneuver just took place here briefly there, Jacob Smith was battling with the 79 of Polhemus, and Polhemus holds on to the spot, but Smith was trying to make a move there, but he'll remain back a little bit mired, back in 7th, still 2 positions behind Armtrout.
Yeah, and look on the screen right now. These 2 young ladies have hooked up, and they are starting to draw to the back of that 1K, that Wiley X 1K of young Robbie Keneally. Now, getting to Keneally and maybe passing Keneally might be a whole bunch different here. Let's see what 5 drivers. Right now it would be Robbie Keneally, Kenna Mitchell, Kirsty Young, Cody Kimley, and Brody Armtrout that will meet you down trackside for the break at the moment.
Now, there is one element here involving Kirsty Young and Brody Armtrout and the 11 and Jacob Smith. As they run right now, they'll all restart on the bottom, and this might have been a little bit strategic by Armtrout because he has been good on the top, but the bottom has been the preferred line, and I think he might just ride it home in 5th. Let's see if Keneally hangs on in the final corner.
Yeah, you kind of have to wonder if Kirsty Young is just riding in that 3rd spot as the checker flag comes out from Frank. And it'll be Robbie Keneally at the break. Kenna Mitchell, Kirsty Young, Cody Kimley, Brody Armtrout, Barrett Polhemus, Jacob Smith, Casey Klein, Brody Moore, Ethan Nascimento, Jeffrey Erickson, Holly Clark, Haley Lyles, and Rebecca Doobie. They are the finishers so far to the break. Race fans, when we return on MAV TV, Stephen Blakeslee will make his way down and talk to the top 5 drivers tonight. Well, race fans on YouTube, we are romping through this race, flag to flag, green flag racing all the way through. We had that problem from Haley Lyles, and Haley was able to get back on track, albeit lost a lot of ground. These drivers very, very quickly down here 2 by 2. We'll take a short commercial break, race fans. Stay with us. We'll be back real soon on Short Track TV.
Is that your stomach growling? Or the sound of thousands of horsepower circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Supercharge your taste buds with fast and easy to create recipes that are winner circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
$51.50 is power. The power to overcome. The power to persevere. The power to set your life on a course for success. When you're faced with the challenges life throws at you, you focus and do what is needed to go beyond what is required. So stand up, stand firm, believe, make it happen, and live through the madness, knocking doors down along the way. We are 5150.
Welcome back to Short Track TV. Halftime break right now, powered by Mission Foods. What a great look at those cars getting serviced down their trackside. That was a very fast 40 laps tonight. Stephen Blakeslee making his way back down there. I'd like to thank everybody from the Carlos Vieira Foundation, of course the people from Nut Up as well, joining us tonight, along with the people from the Valley Children's Hospital. It's pretty cool. You can read down there, Robbie Keneally led this thing from the green tonight. Did a great job. Kenna Mitchell as well. Great job on the front row. When we go back green flag racing, looks like we'll just flip-flop the front row, how they were started early in the night. We'll have 30 laps to go after this break tonight. Getting ready down there trackside, Stephen Blakeslee and Zach getting ready to go down there. Great shot of the vehicles being serviced. Everybody who started is still out there. So good to have Camille back and in the top 5 as well tonight. Kenna Mitchell in that Ford, the Sinister Diesel Ford, doing a great job. Let's hope Kenna can get a great start at the green flag. Welcome back to Madera Racing, round number 9, championship night for the 5150 Junior Late Models. Stephen Blakeslee's down there with our current leader, Robbie Keneally.
Robbie Keneally leading after 40 laps of competition in the finale for the Junior Late Models this season. What kind of changes do you need on your race car? I see you guys working on the left rear. What are you guys doing with the race car?
Yeah, as the run went on, we got pretty loose kind of all the way around. So I think if we tighten it up, maybe we can get our first win.
What does this mean to you to have this opportunity to drive this race car and have all the success that you're having?
Man, it means everything. You know, I can't thank that man right there, John Keller, enough. You know, we wouldn't be here without him, and, you know, I hope we can bring it back for him.
Well, they're trying to bring home their first victory in Car 1 for Robbie Keneally.
Yes, for those that don't know, of course, the Keneally shop burnt down, and they lost their race car, and Keller stepped in and gave him a car. Nate Suspension supplied a bunch of shock absorbers for this car and got Robbie back out racing. Ran our local show last week and did a great job in the late models last week. We find they improve when they come back to the junior series, and that's what's happened with Robbie Keneally. Stephen Blakeslee is now standing by with the second place car tonight. It is Kenna Mitchell.
We're going to do that again, and you need to pay attention. We're not ready.
Great. Just waiting now. Stephen Blakeslee is down with our second place car down there. It's the Sinister Diesel entry of Kenna Mitchell.
We're down here with Kenna Mitchell, the highest that we've seen her in the break so far this season, second place. You had a rear bumper full of that 17 car. How good does it feel to be running second right now?
Pretty good.
Yeah, we see that big smile. We see your team working pretty hard on the car. What do you still need in this race car?
It's a little tight on the bottom, which has been a little bit of a problem when we're trying to get past lap cars and all the start there.
What's it like when you have all that pressure? How tough is it to not make a mistake?
It's hard to enter the corner higher because I got to keep doing that, otherwise car gets a little fishtaily on me.
Well, she's hung on to it. Second place so far for Kenna Mitchell.
Well, for Kenna Mitchell, she's going to have to get up on the high line when we go back green flag racing. It'll be something a little bit different for Kenna Mitchell, but a great drive so far, and good to see her running up at the front of the field in that awesome number 7 Ford. The other young lady that's doing a great job tonight, too, is Kirsty Young in the 17 car. These females tonight trying to get a win tonight to get the first female driver to win in the junior series. We haven't had that happen yet. Stephen Blakeslee is down there now, getting ready. Stephen Blakeslee down there with second place car, Kirsty Young.
Well, down here with Kirsty Young running in third place. Been a very successful couple of weeks for your race team. We saw your dad, Brad Young, on the way down the stairs. He said, you guys don't need anything on this race car. How good does it feel to have a car this strong?
I mean, we haven't really had a car that has really been happy with short run or long run. So having a car that's able to make it 40 laps straight, that's happy all through them, that means a lot because, I mean, we got another 30 laps that we're excited to see. And hopefully the high side comes in. The car is in love with that ever since Dick and Buddy Shepard set it up for us. So, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it without any of my sponsors. They all mean a lot to me after, all that we've went through. Right now, where we're running, it's pretty good. Hopefully we can go try for that win.
We're going to restart on the bottom in the number 17 car. Kirsty Young, third place.
Yes, Kirsty Young have to start on the inside. She said, interesting enough, the car is good on the high side. Well, Kirsty's going to have to switch up and get back to the outside somehow if she wants to run that outside. And, of course, having Dick and Buddy Shepard set this car up, that is a huge bonus for this young lady. ultra talented driver, and when you have people like Buddy Shepherd and Dick Shepherd wrenching on the car, it makes a whole bunch of the difference. We're getting ready now to go down to the fourth place competitor right now, and that is Cody Camille. No. Going now to the fourth place competitor tonight. Good to have him back at Madera Speedway. It's Cody Camille.
Well, a driver coming back to Madera Speedway, Cody Kimley from the Riverside area of Southern California, running fourth right now. And we just heard you talking to RJ Johnson, some of the people on your crew. What kind of advice are they giving you for this upcoming restart?
They were telling me to not so much late exit it, late entry it, not to hang it open there because they'll stick their nose in there and they'll start bumping me, move me out of the way. But they're telling me to cut down on the corner a little bit, turn down sooner so I can get that drive off going. Well, not drive off, but I can protect the bottom line so hopefully nobody gets underneath me.
Restarting on the top for this restart, what are your feelings about being on the outside of row number 2?
Honestly, I don't expect much. We're not usually too good on the outside here. It's the learning process takes a while, and then when you don't run this track for a year or so, it starts to you lose memory of it. But hopefully we can just fall back into fourth, and then I know we got something for Kersey over here. We were catching her during the beginning, and then once the car just started getting a little tight, then it started pulling away. We just had to hold on to fourth place, but hopefully we can come off with the top 5 here.
He held off the points leaders and is running in fourth place, Cody Kimley.
Certainly a great return to Madera Speedway for young Kimley. Done a great job tonight. Interesting, he says you just want to hold on to that top 5 tonight. I'm sure he's going to do that. It's going to be a real fight out when we go back green flag racing. But the guy they're going to have to try and beat tonight, coming from the next row, he is second in points right now. And the form driver out there on the racetrack, that is Brody Armtrout, and he is down with Stephen Blasey.
Well, important to see this driver in the top 5 with this great points battle. Brody Armtrout here at Madera Speedway. Well, you're ahead of the 11 car to this point, but how much further through the field might you be able to take this race car?
So currently, right now, we just gained 2 points, so I'd probably have to finish in the top 3, and he would have to have an event happen for us to win the championship. So it still is possible, but most likely Jacob took the win. So if he did, great job, Jacob. It was fun racing with you. We're having some issues right now. Radiators throwing water. So we're trying to figure out what's going on with that and some brake issues, bleeding the brakes and just other things like that. So we're really trying to figure out what's going to happen, and let's see where we end up.
We saw that little bit of contact earlier, maybe had an impact there on the radiator. We'll see how far these guys can go in car 29.
Certainly not the night you want to have problems like water pushing out of the car and brake problems in the 29, fighting out with the driver that is in 7th in the points right now, in the race right now. And, of course, that is Jacob Smith. So let's see what happens when we go back green flag racing. Can Jacob Smith hang on to the title, or will Brody Armtrout come after him for that championship? We'll find out when we return on MAV TV. Okay, so it's been pretty interesting from the drivers, some of the comments. Drivers are starting on the inside, thinking their cars are good on the outside. Some of the drivers are starting on the outside, thinking that they want to be on the inside, and that's where their cars are going to be. So it's going to be pretty interesting 30 laps. I think the championship for Armtrout, who was sort of saying, I don't know if I can hang on to this. I believe he can, and I think it's going to come down to the last lap on the last corner of this race for this championship to be decided. Is these two and well, right now about 1. So it's good. Yep, it's only about 1 position right now. Well, we have to wait. The question is how many cars they're going to pass on the racetrack for points, too. So that's going to make a difference. When Stephen Blasey gets up here, we'll run those figures and find out for you exactly how many points and how many positions. But Brody Armtrout seems to think that he's going to have to pick up a few positions here, and they obviously have problems. We'll take a quick commercial break. Brought to you by Mission Foods, 5150, and, of course, a Nut Up. We'll take that commercial break and back with the final 30 laps of championship night for the 5150 Junior Late Models.
Where you are now may not be where you came from. Sometimes you're preparing for success, and sometimes you're preparing for failure. The choices you make today may spiral out of control or spin you in the right direction. Your past doesn't define you, but the choices you make today can change your life forever. The drive can motivate you or destroy you. But you have to find a way out. Discover a riveting, real-life story of recovery that will inspire you. Believe, make it happen, and live through the madness, knocking doors down along the way. Read the true story of how Carlos Vieira nearly destroyed his life and lived to tell about it. And don't miss others telling their powerful stories on our podcast. Visit kddmediacompany.com.
Race fans, please support the brands that support our sport. NutUp Industries and NutUp.com is the primary sponsor of these free live streams for our fans to enjoy. Please go to NutUp.com and enter the code MAVTV20 for a 20% discount on all of their great, healthy almond snacks. Please visit NutUp.com and support the brands that support our sport by entering MAVTV20 for a 20% discount to say thank you for this free live stream tonight. Since 1977, Mission Foods has been creating fresh and authentic Mexican food products. Put some Mission in your kitchen, race fans. As we like to say here at the Madera Speedway, support the brands that support our sport. I'm Kenny Shepard here on Madera Racing on MAV TV, and we would like to welcome Mission Foods on board here on the Madera Racing program. Too fast, too tasty. Make sure Mission is the choice you make the next time you're at the store.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on Short Track TV. Well, here we are, race fans. We've been running some figures as they are on the racetrack right now. We would have the champion being Brody Armtrout will be the champion right now because he's 2 positions ahead of Jacob Smith.
No, at the break right now, as they run, he's 3 behind. Of Jacob Smith.
Okay.
He needs to get 2 additional positions ahead of Jacob Smith to overall him. He needs 4 more points. It's like baseball. His magic number is 4. He's got to get 2 more cars between himself and Jacob Smith, and he would be the champion. And so it was interesting in the interview. He's restarting 5th, and he seemed very skeptical that he was going to be able to pull that off, and I'm not as skeptical. I think that's definitely within striking distance.
Well, one of the things you said, they had some overheating problems. They also had some brake problems. That is not a night tonight where you want to have brake problems and overheating problems when you're trying to fight for this championship. Yeah, Mission Foods, those great Mission Foods. Tuesday night in our house, street tacos, those great Mission street tacos. And I know a bunch of people on here tonight, they've been out buying Mission products, so we thank you very much for that. I'm really into the chunky salsa as well. Stephen Blakesy, you like those whole wheat Mission tortillas. Now, NutUp products, remember, go to nutup.com, enter in MAVTV20, all in capitals. You'll get 20% off your purchase at NutUp. I like the sea salt and caramel. Stephen Blakesy and Kenny Shepard, they love the sweet heat. Now, if you want some great apparel, go along to 5150. You get that awesome apparel from 5150. Same thing again, MAVTV20 when you check out, and you'll get 20% off all of your purchases. Tonight, knocking doors down. Well, Carlos Vieira, he's going to try and knock some doors down tonight and win the main event. Great podcast from Carlos Vieira and the very, very inspirational book from Carlos Vieira. Carlos Vieira does a lot in the community with autism, to be drug-free and also to end the stigma as well. So Carlos Vieira does a lot in the community with the Gloves Not Drugs program, getting ready to fire up now our junior late models, 30 laps of racing to decide the 2021 champion. Get my broadcast partner Stephen Blakesy back here real soon. Hey, someone from Zydasha watching from Pensacola, Florida. Have a chat, Lean, my former crew chief, watching from Brisbane, Queensland. Myself, Amory, from Columbus, Georgia. See, we got people from all over the world here. For James Waite, yes, we are. We are between Bakersfield and Sacramento, and we be about probably the halfway distance between Sacramento and Bakersfield. We have a lot of Bakersfield races here. Now, Kissy Young has stopped again down on the track. Not sure what's happening with Kissy Young. A little bit of sweep down there. Obviously, a couple of cars leaking some fluid, and you kind of have to wonder where that is if that was not from Brody Armtrout's car, where they were maybe bleeding the brakes on that car. Once again, we welcome everybody along to Short Track TV. I'm Outback Andy Foster's broadcast partner, Stephen Blakeslee, taking you through the program. Year number 6 of our junior late model program, the original junior late model program, the best 10 to 16-year-olds on planet Earth in these late models. So we'll crown our 6th champion tonight in the junior program. Of course, 7 years will be completed tonight for our pro late models. For those who's joined us, we will have bandoliers to fill in a quick break, as a lot of these teams use the same personnel. And then from there, we will go into 150 laps of pro late model racing tonight, with our pro late models, $10,000 to win tonight for our pro late models. Brought to you by Nut Up 5150, currently the sponsor of our junior program, and we are powered by Mission Foods, those awesome Mission tortilla products. And Stephen Blakeslee, fresh off having a bit of a break and eating one of those awesome whole wheat tortillas from Mission Foods.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, race fans, I've ate 4 of them today. So we really like those tortillas, and I want to thank Angie over there in the scorers booth trying to help us sort out the points. And I think her numbers and my numbers, they look different on paper, but they give you the same answer. That at the moment, I see that Armtrout needs to be 2 further positions ahead of Jacob Smith. He needs 3 cars between himself and Jacob Smith to win the title. Armtrout's going to restart 5th. Smith's going to restart 7th.
Yeah, and that wasn't a time, like we said, to have trouble with the car, like things like pushing water out on brakes. That's really not what you want to have on championship night. So Brody Armtrout would have to jump 2 more positions, so would have to get past, say, Kimberly and Kirsty Young without Jacob Smith advancing. And that's going to be really, really tough. This Matt and Rick Erickson wrenched car for Jacob Smith. I'm sure the Ericksons, Matt has won championships before and knows how to get done. And giving every bit of advice that Rick and Matt have got to Jacob Smith on how to run this race for the remaining 30 laps tonight. The Madera Speedway pace car out there, and Kyle Keller has been a big help to our race leader, Robbie Keneally, really helping Robbie with his racing, not only with this new car that they have after the shop burnt down. Okay. Flaggy Frank and his friend there looking over the proceedings. Track crew just blowing the rest of the speedy dry, that fluid absorbent material off the racetrack. They found some debris on the back section that they've just picked up. So Brody Moore now stopping basically in the victory lane area. He'll get back and join the field. Going to be 3 to go at the line.
Hey, this is pretty cool. Look who won at Salem Speedway tonight with ARCA.
Wow, Jesse Love, a former 2-time champion.
ARCA National win at Salem.
ARCA National at Salem Speedway. 2-time champion Jesse Love getting it done tonight in the ARCA. So this is where we breed champions. We've had drivers come through here. Hallie Deegan has come through this series. You've Jesse Love now making big noise. Ryan Vargas has driven in this series. So, we've got drivers out there that are climbing up the national stage and from this junior series here at Madera.
And I can tell you, without telling you what the deal is, that Jesse's got some big things in the works.
Yep.
Big. Like just cataclysmic, massive moves. Landon Lewis, I hear, is going to be here in a couple weeks, and he ran 13th today at Salem, but he's just getting his feet underneath him. You're going to bring us back for MAV TV here.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV for round number 9. It's championship night for the 5150 Junior Late Models. We heard from the drivers. They got to talk to my broadcast partner, Stephen Blakeslee, at the break. Basically, Stephen Blakeslee, they are going to start how they started the first start of the race tonight, with Kenna Mitchell on the inside and Robbie Keneally on the outside. But Keneally is the leader, not Kenna Mitchell at this start. So Keneally got a good start. And how about it, the 48 of Kimberly. Kimberly up on the high line. He's right on the outside, that number 7 of Kenna Mitchell.
Well, and what I heard down there from Brody Armstrong and from Cody Kimberly is the way Kimberly was driving the racetrack was he was arcing his corner entry. So he was kind of trying top and bottom with his corner entry. And I think he might have hit on something on the top as he goes to the outside of Kenna Mitchell.
So to let our fans know on MAV TV, unofficially this is the way it would be. For our championship tonight, Jacob Smith would need to be 3 positions behind Brody Armtrout. Right now, he is 2 positions behind Armtrout.
Yeah, so it's going to be super close.
It's going to be super close. It will come down to the last part of the night. And it looks like the 11 of Jacob Smith, as they came by us, Stephen Blakeslee, that is a big battle for the championship. Here's Kirsty Young on screen now with Brody Armtrout on the outside. The 88 is on the outside as well. That is Casey Cashline, and of course the 11 of Jacob Smith. So right now, it's only 1 position between Armtrout and Smith.
Yeah, they came into this main event 7 apart, and Armtrout gained 1 point on him with the halfway break to make it 6. And right now, as they run, he's only gained 2 because they're right together. So right now, they're 4 apart, and now make it 2 apart as he passes the 17 of Young. This is incredible how close together they are in the standings.
Yeah, Kirsty Young got loose down in turns 1 and 2, and that allowed Armtrout through. So it is 1 position, back to 1 position on the racetrack, the difference between Armtrout and Smith. And there's some smoke coming from one of these cars locked up a break. I think it was from the 88 of Klein.
Yeah,
So
Klein's been sparking pretty heavily off the right rear, and a driver who drifted very far back early in this race, the 21, Ethan Nascimento, he's starting to rejoin the frame now.
And they're ping-ponging back in the back of this pack. Look, coming out of turn number 4, there is some activity going on down here, Stephen Blakeslee, between a lot of drivers like Ethan Nascimento, and I think that would be Brody Moore back there as well.
So right now, as they run, Jacob Smith is running in 7th. And you would think 7th, that doesn't sound like enough. As they run, it would be enough, but only by like 1 or 2 cars on the racetrack. Jacob Smith is just barely keeping his championship hopes alive here at Madera.
Yeah, and Brody Armstrong now comes up on the back of Barrett Polhemus here. So Polhemus running the low line, and he's trying to get on to the inside of Kenna Mitchell. Kenna in that 7 car. Kenna's done a really good job.
Armtrout just went straight up the hill, had some kind of issue on the car. He gets passed by the 17 of Kersey Young. He's going to get passed by the 11 of Jacob Smith. Something happened there to Brody Armtrout. He went straight up the hill, and now he gathers it back up, but that was very unusual by the 29.
Yeah, let Kersey Young get back by. But the worst thing that happened is he let that gap between himself and the championship current leader, Jacob Smith, they are together now. So Brody Armtrout has been on a big run lately with race wins, and this is going to come down right to the wire tonight. We have 17 laps left to run here at Madera. Keneally doing a really good job out front. Like we said, he ran the local show last week, the non-TV series, and we've seen when drivers do that, they come back to the junior series, and they are really, really a lot better driver when they come back. It really helps with their racecraft. The same thing has happened tonight for Robbie Keneally in that Wiley X entry.
So this time by 15 to go. It's Robbie Keneally, Cody Kimberly, Kenna Mitchell, and Mitchell just got very sideways and has company from the 79 of Polhemus and the 17 of Kersey Young. That's your top 5.
Yeah, they're going to have to go single file as they get by Rebecca Doobie. So for Brody Armtrout, he is going to have to try and find a way to put 3 cars between himself and Jacob Smith. All Jacob Smith has to do for these last 14 laps, Stephen Blakesley, just trail behind the 29. Just stay with the 29 as much as you can.
Well, and it's like every time Armtrout makes a move and gets that bottom, it opens it up and Smith follows him, and there's really no way to prevent that. This is getting hot here for third,
Yes,
and yellow lights are on, and we're not sure what they're for yet. Oh, it looks like debris in turn number 2. There's all kinds of, you know what it looks like? It looks like a cooler out of a car maybe. I'm not even sure what all that is. Up at the top of turn number 2, one of the cool suit units went flying out of a car, and we're under caution here. 13 to go in the season finale for the 5150 Junior Late Models. More racing after this on MAV TV. Well, somebody just lost their ice chest, Andy.
Yeah, it's not good. They're going to be a little hot for the rest of the race out there.
I've never even seen that before.
No, I have not seen that myself either. Let's talk about a couple of things going on here, Stephen Blakesley, and we'll probably talk about this when we go back to MAV TV Racing. Yeah, there it is. There's the cool box that came out of the car, and there's it's left a little water down there as well on the racetrack, so we'll just go and we'll broom that water just out, and it'll evaporate pretty quickly.
I'm trying to think of what cars run the cool box, and I noticed Brody Moore had pulled over, and I think he might have been one of the cars that routinely does.
Yep. So Brody Moore. One thing I'm going to talk about, Steve Lacey, and I think is a huge benefit to win this championship, and that goes to Jacob Smith having Matt and Rick Erickson. Matt's won championships here at Madera and knows how to get it done, and Rick Erickson is very, very calm. And with Matt and Rick, they're able to discuss with that driver what to do and how to win that championship. Where with Brody Armtrout, you don't have him where he's won a championship and has a team that's won a championship here necessarily at Madera in that way that Matt and Rick Erickson have won championships.
Well, you look at the what I like to call the short track shootout era of Madera Speedway, going back to 2013. Matt Erickson's never won that race.
Matt Erickson never won anything, I think, in October.
But he's won the points 4 times during that era. So even with having problems in that short track shootout, they've always found a way to get him just enough points to get it done. And maybe that experience is now reflecting on the 11 of Smith there.
Matt's often joked that he will pay Kenny Shepard $1,000 to move the short track shootout out of October.
Yeah.
Matt, it's because this goes back to the Altamont days. Matt has had very bad Octobers. The month of October has not generally been good to Matt Erickson. So, Matt jokingly does that. But, and that he's able to guide this young driver, though. The same thing. They may not win with the 11 car tonight, but the thing is guiding to the points win.
Well, and Matt Erickson, not a driver that relies on race wins. Right now, third in the points. He's only led 33 laps this year, 1 win, and he's third in the points. It's been about the consistency and coming back from problems, and it surprises me to see Matt Erickson only 33 laps led this year.
Yep, that's a small number for Matt, but like you said, it's managing the way you end up with the championship. And even when you say down here, he hasn't won in here in October, but he's won the points battle in October.
Yeah, 4 times.
Yeah, 4 times. So 4-time winner, Matt Erickson. So that's why I think it's advantage to Jacob Smith having that experience of these two, Matt and Rick Erickson, helping out. And, of course, Rick is up in the spotter stand. Matt will be downstairs and just guiding this young driver to how we're going to get this done to win the championship.
Well, and Jacob Smith has not won a main event since April 24th. So he has been waiting a long time to get back in the win column and has kept the points lead even with that.
Started out with a early season where he was just leading lap after lap after lap and had that huge lap count that he had led early in the year. And I know Armtrout carved into that pretty quickly for a while.
Yeah, but Smith still leads that 196 to Armtrout at 173. And the next car, Polhemus, 73. So that's quite a big difference there.
And that was early in the year, I think, for Barrett Polhemus, too. Barrett led some laps, I think, early in the year. with the 79 car. So how about this kid up front, though, leading a lot of laps tonight, the one of Robbie Keneally. Is leading a lot of laps tonight. Let's take a look on our chat site down here. For Sterling Baker. Sterling Baker out there pulling for Kirsty Young. Well, Kirsty's going to have some work to do to try and win this thing tonight, because I think Keneally is super fast as we continue to roll around here. Track cleanup being done down there. The 48 of Cody Keneally, I'm really liking the way he is going tonight. As we go red on the racetrack right now, we're just going to go red for a moment. We want to get some cleanup work done down there in turns 1 and 2.
So we'll give the fans a little rundown of what we're doing right now. Right now we're 57 laps down, 13 to go in the finale for the junior late models. And then we'll have 30 laps of INEX Bandolero racing. And then the 150-lap nut-up short track shootout to wrap up the night for $10,000 to win. So hello to everybody on the live stream. That is our schedule going forward.
Timmy Ray, the Kings is Greenville Speedway. You got the Gumbo Nationals was rained out tonight. He's late getting in here. Well, welcome along, sir. You've kind of missed the first part of the junior late models, but other than that, you're going to still get the Bandoleros and also the 150 laps of pro late model racing. We still have 13 laps to go, and we're going to decide a championship. So most importantly, you'll be here for that. Yes, click the like button. We'd like to get that up. We got 76 likes. Let's see if we can get that up before we go green flag racing to at least over 100. So if you can, give us a like. Let's run those likes up. See how they're going on Stephen Blakesley's. Yep, we're about the same. So, yeah, please, if you can, give us a like. We'd love that. Yeah, same thing myself, trying to figure out how that cooler got out of the car. That's kind of
that's like the famous Robbie Gordon where he threw the roll bar padding. I mean, did somebody heave a cooler? That'd be kind of hard to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure how that cooler would have got out there.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of contact in this race, so it shouldn't have been knocked loose.
Yep.
The driver that wishes he had the cooler right now is the 29 at Armtrout. That car was running hot at the brake, and I think he shut it off because it's just sitting there cooking right now.
Yeah, like I say, not the night you really want to have. The issue is, hey, we got over the 100. Looks like we got over the 100 likes.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We're giving you a $10,000 to win race for free on YouTube. We want to see a like for that, right?
Yep, we want to see plenty of likes. So keep going. We want to get as many likes as we can tonight. Remember those super chats as well. All the money we raise goes to new equipment so we can bring you this free of charge. We'd like to thank our sponsors, 5150, Nut Up, and, of course, we are powered by Mission Foods. Without those companies, we would not be able to bring you this free live stream from Madera. And if it looks a little hazy out there tonight, the air quality is atrocious.
There's a big fire in the Sequoia Forest, and that kind of gives you an idea of where we are in the universe here at Madera Speedway.
Yes, it does. And someone was asking before, they had been looking on Google and said we were like between Bakersfield and Sacramento. Now, you live in Roseville, just near Sacramento. Basically, we are halfway between Bakersfield and say Sacramento. We're close to halfway.
Yeah, it's about a 2.5-hour drive for me for North Sacramento to be here. And I know Brian, our announcer on the PA side, his trip is a little bit shorter. I think it's about 2 hours. But anyway, we make a pretty long trip to be here. Well, I didn't say TV. Well, first of all, Matt, okay, so we got a comment. Okay, yeah. I'll give a shout-out to Dickie Shepard. He was asking about how many championships does Matt Erickson have on MAV TV. The answer is actually 2. He has 2 MAV TV championships, but he also has 3 prior to MAV TV. in what we call the Open Pro late model era, 2012, 2013, 2014. And then after he brought in Mav TV in 2015, he won the titles in 16 and 18. So he has 2 on TV for Matt Erickson. And to that point, Buddy Shepard has 3.
Yep, so they're pretty close on the championships. And Buddy Shepard, his championships, all 3 of those have come when Buddy's actually ran a full season.
That's correct. He's 3-0.
Yep, when he just runs a part-time schedule, we don't count that. But when he runs a full schedule, Buddy Shepard is at a 100% success rate, and that is absolutely incredible.
I want to give a quick shout-out to Brittany Moles, who works down there in the pits, said the strap on the cooler broke off, and that's what got it loose. You'll bring us back for Mav TV.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV 5150 Junior Late Model Series for 2021. It is championship night, and if they finished the order they do by the checkered flag right now, it would be Jacob Smith winning the championship from Brody Armtrout. Can Armtrout get 3 positions on this restart on Jacob Smith and take home the championship as the Robbie Keneally leads them down into turn 1.
And Robbie Keneally again picking the outside, and again on the outside of the 48 of Cody Kimley here on lap number 57. And it worked to perfection. And look at how the 1K of Keneally really yarded Polhemus and Armtrout. So he has really stepped up his game with his drive on the outside here.
Yes, he has. And how about this right on the racetrack, Stephen Blasey? If you go from first right back, they are all different teams. There's very few cars out there in the top, well, not in the top 5 that are from the same team. So this is pretty incredible tonight, racing from our junior late models as Baron Polhemus gets around the outside of Cody Kimley and moves to second on the racetrack.
Well, and the nice thing about this, all these drivers we're talking about have never won a race in this series. All the top 4, but, well, we said that. Here comes the 5-time winner, Brody Armtrout. If he can make this pass, unofficially would be your champion on the season here as they run.
Right now, he's made that pass around the outside of Kenna Mitchell. So the 11 of Jacob Smith right now would lose that championship. Kenna Mitchell comes driving on back to the inside. Wow, that's incredible.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Armtrout. Now Armtrout slips in front of the 7 car. Maybe going to try and grab one more position on the racetrack. This is incredible racing from a junior late models.
The critical battle right now is Kersey Young on the inside of Jacob Smith. If Smith clears Young, they're tied in the standings. And by my calculations, with 5 wins, Armtrout would win that tiebreaker. If Smith makes this pass, they're tied, which is incredible after 9 rounds of 70-lap races. And this is all of no consequence to Robbie Keneally with 6 to go. He wants to get his first win. But what a battle tonight. And hey, Cody Kimley just repassed the 29 of Armtrout. And now this is dicey. This is going to be so close.
Oh, it's incredible. 5 from Flaggy Frank right here. Frank B puts out the 5 to go. Smith needs to get around the outside of Kersey Young and get moving here because Armtrout's coming back on Kimley. So this is back and forth, cat and mouse. Meanwhile, like Stephen Blakeslee said, it's Robbie Keneally, the young driver, going from the heartbreak of having their race shop and their RV and their trailer burning down and destroying their brand new race car they have for this year.
This is critical here. This battle between Young, who, like you said, has had so many trials and tribulations, and the points leader, the 11, and Jacob Smith. This is the championship on the line for Jacob Smith right here, right now, unofficially as we have it. They came into after the break 6 points apart, both on my numbers and on our scorekeeper Angie's numbers. As they run right now, the 29 would win by 2 points, and we won't end this race. The yellow flag comes out with 2 to go. It's not over, as we have a multi-car calamity in turn 1. That's Jeffrey Erickson and Holly Clark. It's not over. We'll be back to sort it out with 2 to go in the finale for the 5150 series here on MAV TV. Wow. What an inopportune caution if you're the 29 of Armtrout. This gives the 11 of Jacob Smith the opening. You'll see on the racetrack that Smith is driving in front of Kersey Young, and that's what our race monitor scoring is showing as well. And that'll be a critical call of where they're going to end up on the restart.
Trouble for Ethan Nascimento in the Nascimento Motorsports entry. He pulls to the infield.
He was in that incident, I do believe.
They have some issue going on with the 21 car. So the crew trying to go to work on that 21 car. Let's see if they can get him back out. Now, this is going to be pretty interesting because as they run now, Armtrout would start on the outside of row number 2, and Jacob Smith would start on the inside of row number 4.
Well, and what I want to know is what the tiebreaker is. I got to think it would go to wins. And with Armtrout with 5 wins, as they run right now, they're tied. Both my numbers and Angie's numbers, we still would call it unofficial, but we both would have them tied right now.
Yep.
And that would go to Armtrout. We've never had a season like this. This is unbelievable.
So the other 17 of Holly Clark, Holly comes to the pit area, and the bodywork is loose on the front of that 17 car. So the crew will go to work on the 17 for Holly Clark. How about that 1K tonight? Robbie Keneally from Heartbreak to hopefully Victory Lane for that young driver. They would love to find their way there. What a story that would be for 2021. Looks like the 17 now of Holly Clark making her way back out as the crew come back out to the 17 car once again. Nascimento is making his way back out on the racetrack from the infield. Here it is, Robbie Keneally, the race leader from Barrett Paul Hemus. Cody Kimmerly. Okay, so there's fluid from, it looks like the 23 of Ericsson. They're saying might be from the 23 of Ericsson. So fluid is going down on the racetrack. So with this issue going on with the 23, that helps the team of Holly Clark. They're able to go to work and try and fix that body work the best they can on the 17, as we don't count cautions. All green flag racing here at Madera Speedway. Thank you for the likes. We got up to 131. Thank you for that.
Well, 131 with 2 to go. With a green-white checker to decide the Junior Lane Model Championship season, I'd like to see 150 at the checker flag. How about that?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Let's see if we can
150
get that
for the short track shootout. 150.
Let's shoot for say 130 at 150 at the end of this race would be pretty cool. So jump in there, give us a like if you haven't done that already. Jump in, give us some likes.
Hey, somebody on our live stream, Kenny, said, "What is that stork hanging off of the flag stand there with Frank McBee as one of my all-time favorite movies, It's a Wonderful Life," and she says, George lassos stork. But I don't think he's lassoing any storks in his advanced age. Oh, that's his buzzard.
That's
his
drinking buzzard, yep.
Hey, Donna Hines, Cassidy's family, they know about the buzzard.
Yep.
They're commenting about the buzzard.
That's the 805 Michelin Ultra drinking buddy down there. He'll be watching.
Well, we got 2
on.
old buzzards up on the.
Yep. You can go with that. I'm steering clear of that, buddy.
So
you're on your own there.
What's more exciting to you, Outback, this points battle or the fact that we might get Robbie Keneally in Victory Lane?
Well, both.
Yeah,
absolutely both. But for the story of the year from the Keneallys, they recently moved from Oakley, California, from the Bay Area to Madera. They set up. They got this ultra property that suited them with the race going in. They had the fire. It burnt down their RV, their trailer, the race car, that brand new race car that they got for him this year. That was all burnt to the ground, and really put a wrench in their program. So that would be a really big story. That'd be kind of like the be like the feel-good story, but the racing story obviously is the championship. But on a personal level, for everybody here, we love the Keneally family, and that'd be a great family to get to Victory Lane. A lot of people like the Kellers. Kyle Keller is helping out with that car. John Keller is obviously fronting the car for the Keneallys, and Mike Nate put some suspension in it. So,
Dean Gould has been really important in helping the Keneallys, and he just commented on the live stream. He said, "No one deserves it more than you. Finish this out, bud." So we're excited to see how this plays out. I'm excited because we're more than likely going to get a first-time winner. The top three have all never won here. Keneally, Polhemus, and Kimberly. They've all spent time in the front of the field.
Jason Lawton, I believe, was helping out on this as well. So, and how about it for the Texan when you don't have Mission Foods? Hey, I got my street tacos up there, little chunky salsa on those tortilla chips. Steve Lexi, he's way into those whole wheat.
I've had 4 of them today.
4 of them today, going big, right? Keeping Mission Foods in business. 5150 MAV TV 20, you can get 20% off. And, of course, same thing at Nut Up. MAV TV 20, you can get 20% off your purchase. KD Media Company with that great inspirational book from Carlos Vieira.
Well, and the podcast, and you're going to be doing that interview here in a little bit with the guy from their podcast. You have the notes on that.
Sure will. So find out more about what's coming up on the podcast for Carlos Vieira. And Carlos does a lot in the community.
Yeah, I think this is still going to be 2 to go here as they're going to cross.
So Carlos does a lot with the boxing program, after school program, to keep these kids happening. Remember, we want to get this by the end of the race up to 150.
We're close.
In the 40s, so we're jumping up the line here as we get ready to go back to MAV TV mode. 2 laps remaining.
Green, white, checker, and you're going to bring him back for MAV TV.
When we go green flag racing. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV for the 2021 5150 Junior Championship, the original Junior Late Models here on planet Earth. And Stephen Blakesley, we might get a first-time winner in Keneally. And I tell you what, how about the championship battle between Armtrout and Jacob Smith? They are tied on the racetrack right now, but that tiebreaker would go to Armtrout with more wins, and a bad restart for Jacob Smith. And a great restart for Armtrout. Armtrout now gets up to the back of the 1K of Robbie Keneally. So Brody Armtrout up on the wheel.
We're going to see a white flag this time, the final lap of junior racing of 2021. The new resident of Madera, California, Robbie Keneally trying to get his first win. The 29 of Brody Armtrout, the 5-time winner, trying to get the title. This is it out of turn number 4.
Yes, it is. Armtrout's coming at him, but Robbie Keneally takes the win. Brody Armtrout takes the championship with a big drive tonight. Kenna Mitchell home for her podium position tonight. Barrett Polhemus, Kersey Young, Cody Kimberly, Casey Klein, Brody Moore, Jacob Smith, Holly Clark, Haley Lyles, Jeffrey Erickson, Ethan Nascimento, Rebecca Doobie. All of our junior late model stars tonight on the racetrack. When we return, race fans, we'll be in Victory Lane with Stephen Blakesley and some very happy drivers at Madera Speedway. Well, racers, what an amazing race tonight. Wow, this guy, we talked about it last week, going to the Madera Speedway late model program. And when they come back, we've seen it before, the program steps up for these junior drivers when they come back to the junior series. And again, we see big strides for this 1K team of Robbie Keneally, the Kellers, John Keller. Big couple of weeks for Keller Motorsports with Kyle Keller getting the win in the last round. And now Robbie Keneally putting the car in victory lane. at the next round in the junior series. So a couple of big races for the Keller team, and they want to thank Nate Suspension, obviously, as well, for helping out, and Battleborn Racing, all the people that help out on this 1K team. Getting Stephen Blakesley ready to go down there. Just get my crew here to plug me in if they can, so I'll be able to hear what's being said down there. How about it for those online? Big win tonight for Robbie Keneally. The Keneally family just making the way down there. Very, very likable family here at Madera. Some of the greatest late model racing. Our juniors really turned it on for championship night tonight. Very proud of all those kids tonight. Virtually no damage on these cars. See Matt and Rick Erickson down there with the winner tonight, Robbie Keneally. I think things are going to get pretty wet down here in Victory Lane tonight. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. What a huge night of 5150 Junior Late Model Racing. We got a first-time winner tonight and a championship winner right behind him. We'll go down to Stephen Blakesley with our race winner, Robbie Keneally.
Another first-time winner in the season finale for the 5150 Junior Late Models as Robbie Keneally of Madera, California gets it done. And Rick and Matt Erickson are about to give him the full splashdown here on Madera Racing on MAV TV. But I'm sure that feels extremely good as the 5150 girls are going to come in behind us with the trophy. All I can ask you to do is tell me what you're feeling right now after all you went through, the fire, a borrowed car, a great opportunity with the Keller team, your family working with you, and you pretty much dominated this race using the outside. How special is this?
Man, I can't believe it. I'm at a loss for words right now.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Why don't you take us through all the people you want to thank for making this possible?
Man, I got to thank everybody standing over right here. John Keller, Wiley X, American Swim Academy, Line X, all of Kyle Keller Racing's crew. We wouldn't be here without him, and, it feels good to finally win one.
And you ran one of those races you've run a couple races this month of September with pro late model drivers, with adult drivers. How critical was that in making the progress you've made here today?
Man, it was pretty critical. It taught me to race side by side with a lot of people, and, I can't believe it. We're here.
Yeah, we're all pretty happy for this driver. Another first-time winner in the 5150 Series. Robbie Keneally gets it done.
Yes, Stephen Blakesley, incredible. We love first-time winners on MAV TV. And again, Robbie Keneally, a first-time winner on MAV TV. Congratulations to Robbie Keneally. Running the line down. Robbie Keneally took the win from Brody Armtrout, Kenna Mitchell, Barrett Paul Hemus. Kersey Young rounds out the top 5 from Cody Keneally, Casey Klein, Brody Moore, Jacob Smith, Holly Clark, Haley Lyles, Jeff Erickson, Ethan Nasserman, and Rebecca Doobie rounds out the field tonight in our junior late model field. Getting ready now to go down to second place, and he will be unofficially the 2021 junior champion, brought to you by 5150.
Zach, better make your way.
Steve Blakesley is down there now with Brody Armtrout. And Steve Blakesley is down there with second place tonight. Brody Armtrout with a great drive tonight.
Your 2021 champion for the 5150 Junior Late Models, Brody Armtrout, with a charge up to second place at the end of the race. A bunch of seasons of effort. A great season this year with 5 consecutive wins. You end at second place and with the title. How special is this?
It means a lot. We've gone through a lot this year. A car change, a number change. We've had a lot of stuff happen that's made this season really hard. But to show that we can persevere and come through, it's really nice.
And take us through that last restart. Your car kind of took off like a rocket ship.
Oh, man. Barrett, I know he's really fast on the top, so I was like, we might have a chance here. Let's see what happens. And we just got to run off the top. We followed Barrett through, and we got the win.
You guys have been running a bit of pro late model racing as well. How helpful has that experience been for what you just did today?
It's really helpful because there's a lot of good competition in there. You have some veterans in there that are really strong, so you learn a lot with racing with them. And then as you come to the juniors, you can kind of see areas to pass that usually wouldn't be there if you don't race in the pros. So it kind of opens your mind and gives you a better idea of when to pass.
Well, an incredible season for this driver. Our champion for 2021 is Brody Armtrout.
Yes, a big congratulations to Brody Armtrout, and what a great drive tonight to get to second. Using all that experience from when he's racing with the pros. Same thing with Robbie Keneally. Racing with those pro late models makes a whole bunch of difference to these young kids when they come back to the junior late models. So 2021 champion, it was in the balance all the way through the race. Came down to that last restart for Brody Armtrout to get it done tonight. So we'll run down the points. Brody Armtrout with 57 points wins from Jacob Smith, Barrett Paul Hemus, Ethan Nascimento, and Kenna Mitchell with a big drive tonight will round out the top 5 in the championship, followed by Robbie Keneally, Holly Clark, Kirsty Young, Brody Moore, Jeffrey Erickson, Casey Klein, Cal McClenny, Haley Lyles, Carly Heath, Tristan McKee, Cody Kimmerly, Rebecca Doobie, Lane Anderson, Carla Berry round out the points for the year for the 2021 Junior Late Model points. It's third place tonight with a great drive, Kenna Mitchell with Stephen Blakesley.
Well, another new face on the podium in our 2021 5150 Junior Late Models, Kenna Mitchell. What was the key to ending up on the podium tonight?
That top crew just started running great, and I was like, oh, I got something up here.
What was going through your mind in that last restart? It was a pretty hairy one, but you came out with a good finish.
I got probably the best start this season, and I was just like, oh, I got something up here. And when I started passing, I was just like, oh, man, this is really happening.
Well, it really happened. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Kenna Mitchell runs third tonight here in the Junior Late Models.
Wow, what a time for Kenna Mitchell to get a great restart. Then that restart put her in the podium position tonight. Great racing from Kenna Mitchell and her best finish in the Junior Late Model Series here at Madera. What a great season 2021 has been for our 5150 Junior Late Model Series. My broadcast partner, Stephen Blakesley, has done a great job down in Victory Lane, the pit area, and, of course, on MAV TV. It's been a great season. All of our drivers, a whole new crop of junior drivers this year. Awesome racing from all of our drivers, and an awesome season of racing on MAV TV. On behalf of Kenny Shepard, Matt, and all the crew here on Madera Racing on MAV TV, my broadcast partner, Stephen Blakesley, I'm Outback Andy. We'll see you in 2022 for another round and another series of the 5150 Junior Late Model Series. Okay, for the live crew out there, we haven't forgotten about you. Got done with our MAV TV broadcast. Well, what an awesome night for Brody Armtrout, obviously, with the championship, and the Keneally family down here with that 1K car. Awesome night for them. The family will get in there, get some photos. The kids from the Carlos Vera Foundation getting a picture with a race winner tonight, the 5150 goals as well. Replay coming up, and this is the finish to the checker flag. Robbie Keneally just slides that car out at turn number 4, and there you go. Great finish for our junior late models. Did a great job tonight. The junior late models have all season long. Like we said, a whole crop of new junior racers this year. So first time championship winner tonight. First time race winner as well. There it is, Robbie Keneally driving that Wiley X number 1K car, fielded by Keller Motorsports. to the checker flag. So congratulations to everybody. Great year of racing for our junior late models. The 6th season for our junior late models, so pretty incredible. And like we said, Jesse Love, a 2-time winner tonight, getting the win in the ARCA National Championship. So drivers on the move, Jesse Love. We've seen a lot of drivers like Ryan Vargas, Haley Deegan, and a whole host more that have gone on from Madera Speedway to the national level. So keep an eye out. And Brody Armtrout could be one of the next big stars in the world of late model racing and stock car racing. And how about Robbie Keneally tonight? Has led a whole bunch of laps up front tonight as he gets the line with that flag for autism, that pink and white checker flag. And unfortunately for Jacob Smith, was probably about seven positions back. And unfortunately, he needed to have 3 positions between himself and Armtrout. What a great season of racing once again. Yep.
Who do you think got that?
Kersey, yep. I would say. Yep, Kersey, I would say that's.
Outback, this is live. Tell us what you think. That's your battle for 5th right there.
And I think Kersey may have got that by the paint of the front bumper bar on that car. That is very, very close. Yep. That was pretty close. Okay.
All right, race fans, we're going to take a commercial break here for Madera Racing on MAV TV, the Short Track TV live stream.
Is that your stomach growling or the sound of thousands of horsepower circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Supercharge your taste buds with fast and easy to create recipes that are winner circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
$5150 is power. The power to overcome. The power to persevere. The power to set your life on a course for success. When you're faced with the challenges life throws at you, you focus and do what is needed to go beyond what is required. So stand up, stand firm, believe, make it happen, and live through the madness, knocking doors down along the way. We are 5150.
Welcome back to the Madera live stream on Short Track TV. Well, we got a special guest in the booth joining me right now. And, of course, you've heard about the Knocking Doors Down podcast that Carlos Vera does. And I have the host of that podcast, Jason LaChance, with us. Welcome to Madera Speedway.
Thank you, sir. I love this track. It is my favorite short track in the world. I've been coming here for 30 years, so it's always a good time to be back and see some amazing action. That junior late model race was something else. That was just awesome.
Yeah, it certainly was today, and they're all a new crop of junior drivers this year, so we were going to crown a new champion because no one had won a championship before, so there's no one in there that had a whole bunch of championship experience, new drivers, and just storylines throughout the year. And I guess same thing with you guys. You get a lot of storylines on knocking doors down.
We do. Of course, our focus is on ending the stigma around addiction and mental health. Of course, myself in recovery for alcoholism. And, of course, I'm sure you've talked about Carlos Vieira's book and his struggles and how he overcame it. So, for me, it's a real honor to not only be able to go out and speak with people from all ranges. I mean, we've had huge celebrities. Charlie Sheen has been on there twice. And, we've had Bam Margera and all these different people, but everyday people, too, that have really made a difference within the community of addiction and mental health. And so it's really such an honor to have that outlet. And we have people that reach out to us and, hey, I missed a meeting, and I threw on your podcast, and it helped me. Or, I had someone that I love and care about that's been struggling, and I couldn't get through to them, but your podcast, they've listened to it, and it's made a difference, and now they're getting help. And it's really just phenomenal to show what can happen with those of us that recover. It becomes our superpower. And so for me, I feel like I've been incredibly blessed to go through all the negative things that I went through and put myself through and my loved ones to give back and be of service to people.
Yeah, that's so cool that, like you say, you've had your struggles in life and now you're coming back and helping those. We often tell people, if you want an inspirational book, get the book or go on to the podcast and just, if you're just having a down day or you just want some inspiration, certainly go on there and look at the podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is, it's a lot of fun. We do bring in a lot of humor too. And, if you kind of start with your favorite celebrity, we ask them about some of those famous stories from a movie set or something along those lines. So, we get a lot of different stories too, where you just hear people's backgrounds and you find that we all can really relate to one another and don't realize at times maybe how interconnected we are as a community, as a whole, and just as people.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible that the cross-section you have with you have sports celebrities, you have rock stars, you have movie stars, and just general people out there. It's just so cool that you have that big cross-section of people that have joined you on the podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And I came from a radio background, doing that for 20 years, so it was really interesting to when you start talking with different people that you don't realize that, hey, it's not just a certain entertainment career field that people fall into these things. It's anyone with any trap of any circumstances, of any social economic background. And so for me, it can really open up your mind to hear some of these people's stories. And I think as Walt Whitman said it, be curious, not judgmental. And I think I try to talk with everyone with a lot of curiosity, and I think a lot of that judgment goes by the wayside.
Yeah, I'm the same way, and it's just the inspiration you can get from someone that has been down possibly the wrong path, and then they're able to turn that around and get back and to give back to the community in such a way that you do, trying to help people and encourage people along is super, super cool. And Carlos as well. Carlos, I remember when Carlos started racing. That's not long out of Carlos's darker era in his life. And you see where Carlos was back in the day to where Carlos is now. And you too can become like that. So don't think that that's just Carlos Vieira can do that. Anybody can do that if you go down the right path and get the right treatment and talk to the right people. And anybody that's had issues in their life and someone like yourself is willing always to talk to someone that's got a problem. So if you have a problem, seek someone out. Seek out someone like Jason LaChance or Carlos Vieira, and they'll help you through the process of how you can get back on track.
Absolutely, and we do. If you find us, of course, the podcast, kddpodcast.com. Even on social media, we've helped people get into programs or find a sponsor. And I'm, of course, here in the Central Valley, not far north of Madera Speedway, and I've helped people find a sponsor or get a local group or a meeting or whatever it is. There are resources, and if we'll do everything in our power to connect you to someone that really can help if we can't directly help.
Yeah, like I say, if you're going through a bit of a situation in life and you're listening to this broadcast or you're watching it on a replay, make sure you seek out someone like Jason or Carlos Vera or anybody that's been through some treatment program, and they will sure help you out to get into the path that you need to go. Out there right now, Jason, we got some bandoleros out there.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that the Keneally family is having a great night because Robbie has just won the junior race, and right now Joey Keneally is out there in the 3K car trying to win in the bandoleros, and the guy behind him, Logan Chambers, Logan is going to win the championship for the year for our bandoleros.
Yeah, they're putting on a good show here up at the front, aren't they?
So if this continues like it is right now, this is going to be a carbon copy of our juniors because the race winner is going to win a race and the guy in second place is going to win the championship. So although Logan Chambers trying to win another race here, I think he's won 5 this year. Keneally has won 2 or 3 as well. So these guys have been fighting it out, and Chambers now gets to the lead. So see if Keneally can fight back.
He's looking pretty hooked up there. I don't know. He's getting off the turns pretty solid.
Yeah, that Silver Bullet, that 13, has been so fast all year, and that's been the car to beat pretty much all year, along with Keneally. They've shared the wins this year at Madera Speedway between Logan Chambers and the 3 of young Joey Keneally.
You know what? I love to see this. Is one of the things I love about Madera Speedway is the variety of classes that come here, and to see these young kids that have some aspirations, and maybe it's not just that they may not want to go on further on in life to race, but it's such a family unit, and it's really amazing to see.
Well, we got a yellow out as we got the 37 has turned around. That's Caden Cordova. Caden has turned around. Yeah, last week we ran, you were talking about the variety of cars that we race at Madera Speedway. Last week we had open wheel cars, we had fender cars, and we had a bit of in between as well. So we had a really cool combo program, and that was a great program last week. And that's the cool thing about Madera Speedway is you get open wheel cars, you get fender cars. We've got obviously the bandoleros here. Yep, so Logan Chambers leading. Of course, coming up next after this bandolero race is going to be the 150 laps of late model racing, and Carlos Vieira is going to be in that, and that's a part of the big 3 for drug-free as well. And 150 laps tonight and $10,000 to the winner.
That is a
and
purse.
I guess Carlos is out there trying to fight for another win. He opened up the year with a win early in the year, and he would love to win another round of this big 3 as the Yellows stay on. They're not happy with the way those cars are lined up right now.
But you're right. Talking with Carlos before the race, and of course I've known him for over a decade. Very proud to come out here and continue to race at the track where he started. And those of us that remember how he started to where he is now, it is definitely night and day of an evolution. And it's going to be an exciting race. I can't remember if he qualified 6th, but I know they did the car draw, and I think he's going to start 10th. So we'll see if he can climb up through that field. This is a tough field tonight. There is a lot of talent, a lot of great cars that are going to be out
unfortunately for Carlos, he drew the 10 car tonight. There's no worse than 10. So
I was to say that's the lowest card, right?
Yep, that's the 10 card. So normally card games, that'll be a pretty good card for you, but not at Madera Speedway. You kind of need that ace,
Yes, absolutely.
So we're still yellow out there on the racetrack, so just getting these cars lined up. Yeah, Carlos Vieira, I remember like you when Carlos first came out, actually I was the announcer at Altamont back in the day, and Carlos turned up, and with the 5150, it was the black and silver car with that kind of barbed wire theme to the car.
Yep.
That was pretty cool. And then, not realizing myself at that stage that Carlos had, been fighting some issues in life. And then you start to see what he does in the community. And then finally, we see it all come out in the book and the podcast of what he does. And like I say, if you're out there and you're suffering anything, just talk to someone, seek help with someone that can help you out.
And there really is. There is plenty of resources that I think people don't realize. It is if it's mental health and its suicide thoughts. There's a prevention helpline. We've talked to people that have connected. We've gotten a thank you. That person stayed on the phone with me for 2 hours. You know, so people are really willing to help. You know, there's tons of treatment facilities, and of course myself and AA, you know, sponsored a few people, and I still got my sponsor that I speak to every day in one way, shape, or form. And so, you know, you really can build a good, positive community, which was what I was saying about loving being here at Madera Speedway. Like I said, I've been coming here since I was 13, and you know, just seeing all these families that continue to come out, the traditions of the benchmark events each year, and it's so awesome.
Yep, super family-friendly place is Madera Speedway. It's a cool place to come out. We have events throughout the year, and of course, this race. How about this? We're back there side by side after this restart. Keneally trying to make a run on the outside of Logan Chambers. And like I said, Logan's been the guy that's won the most races in the Bandoleros this year. And they go down the back. And Keneally's not going to give up here.
No.
Young Keneally. And let's see how this plays out, because we still have 7 laps to go at the line for this Bandolero race. And that Wiley X car, he's seen his brother get a win in the junior late models. This kid will be a good kid, too, when he moves up to the junior late models.
Yeah,
he's going to be a superstar as well.
Thought he was closing in there for a minute, maybe try to cross over or something, get down on the inside. You just can't seem to get quite close enough to him coming out of the turns.
Yeah, that time you can see the 13 car got through turns 1 and 2 way better than 3, and he lost. You know, we talk about Bandolero car lengths. That's super critical. If you lose a couple of car lengths in these, that's enormous amount of distance to try and get back. And you see now maybe the tires are falling off the 3 car, or what's going on, because that 13 car is certainly like it has all year long, being the car to beat.
Well, they might just have something with the setup. They got it figured out here. If they're the champion and running away now as he is, they definitely figure something out.
He will be the champion once the checkered flag flies tonight, Logan Chambers. So he will be the Bandolero champion. And Caden Cordova back a little ways back there. He's racing to try and get back to these guys. But wow. And it's good to see you. Give the fans a bit of a wave there, Jason. So if you just joined us, on telecast, welcome along to Madera Racing on MAV TV. I'm with Jason LaChance, and you're with the Knocking Doors Down podcast.
Yes, sir.
So just let the fans know some of the places you can reach out for the podcast.
Sure. If you want to find us on social media, you can search Knockin' Doors Down on Facebook and Instagram, and then on Twitter, it's at KDD Media Company. The easiest is just go to kddpodcast.com. That's the website. Again, kddpodcast.com.
Here we go. The checker flag is coming out, and it will go to the 13, Logan Chambers, and he will take the 2021 Bandolero Championship over Joey Keneally and Caden Cordova, the 3 cars that finished the race. So congratulations to Logan Chambers on taking that win.
That was awesome.
And how often do you do the podcast?
Every Monday we have new episodes, and you can, of course, go back. It is free to anyone to listen and subscribe, and you can go back, listen through the archives. We've 80 episodes to date, and, of course, also on YouTube. Some people like to watch the full interview, so the celebrity ones are up there. So if you want to see us talking to a Charlie Sheen or an A.J. McClain from Backstreet Boys, well, there you go.
Cool. Very, very cool. So, check it out on YouTube, or go to the social media on Facebook, as Stephen Blakeslee is going to make his way down now, trackside, and talk to the 2021 Bandolero champion, Logan Chambers. So that car starts to roll backwards. Young Joey Keneally jumps out of the car. Great year, too, for Joey Keneally. He's taken some race wins this year, and
that's awesome to see these young individuals out here, you know, on a Saturday night and striving for something.
Many of our kids that are in the junior late model series have either come from the Bandolero series or the quarter midget track over the back. So
right.
Just waiting for Stephen Blakeslee down there to get set down here. Zach's just getting in line. I'll wait for our TV production crew to let me know when I can throw down there. What a great season for Logan Chambers. There's Brian Smith, the track announcer, just talking to young Joey Keneally. Stephen Blakeslee is in position. We're going to go back down trackside to Stephen Blakeslee, who's with our 2021 Bandolero champion, Logan Chambers.
Well, that's 7 main event victories in the INEX Bandoleros for this guy right here, Logan Chambers out of Bakersfield. And you know, there's been so many great champions in this series, and now you add your name to the list. How does that feel?
It feels good getting 7 wins this season. Yeah, I just want to thank Cali Strong, Agnell, Central Valley Pipeline Excavation, Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa, and yeah.
You got 7 of these trophies. Where are you putting all these things?
Right now they're sitting on my dining room table.
Oh my goodness, they're sitting on the dining room table next to the peas and carrots for this driver, the 13 of Logan Chambers. Hey, that's awesome. Way to go, buddy.
Seven wins for our champion, Logan Chambers, and a couple of wins this year for the driver of the 3K car, Robbie. That's young Joey Keneally with Stephen Blakeslee.
Hey, second place for Joey Keneally, and you were working the outside line just like your brother does in that junior late model. Almost got it done. What else did you need in the car to get the win tonight?
Well, it's just he had a little bit more speed there. Messed up running the top. I was a little disappointed, but we had a great run this year. Congrats to him on the win and championship. Big thanks to John Vargas and Wiley X with Cappy Marples Real Estate, Lemurs Buick GMC, Linex, SD Plumbing, everybody else that has helped us get through this year. Congrats to my brother who got his first win in the MAP TV series.
Yeah, it's been a great night and a great season for the Keneally family. Joey Keneally, second place in the race, second in the Bandolero points.
Awesome season for young Joey Keneally. And like you said, congratulations to his brother. We'll just go down and talk to third place, and then we'll come back and quickly talk to Jason LaChance from Knocking Doors Down. Caden Cordova has chased these guys hard this year in that DJ safety car. We'll go down to trackside. Third place is Caden Cordova, and here's with Stephen Blakeslee.
Rounding out our podium today is the 37 car, Caden Cordova. You know, when you look back to the start of this season and where you are today, just how much have you grown as a driver this season?
A lot. Just learned with the restrictor plate and a lot of other stuff.
And tell me about some of the people that have helped make this possible for you.
I'd like to thank my sponsors, DJ Safety, Chronic Taco, 111 Inc., Ken and Joe's, and Kiersey Young Racing.
It's been great to have this driver coming up from Bakersfield in this bright green 37. Caden Cordova, third place here tonight.
Great job tonight. Caden Cordova third, Joey Keneally second, and of course Logan Chambers getting the win. Great season for our Bandoleros. They've done a great job. Back to Knocking Doors Down, the podcast with Jason LaChance. Thanks for talking to us tonight and helping out with the Bandolero race here. Certainly going to tune in Monday nights. Everybody can do that. Once again, if you need a bit of help, go call anybody and get some help. But make sure you take a look at Knocking Doors Down.
Yeah, thank you. This is a real pleasure and an honor. Again, I just love this track, and I couldn't be more thankful for this time to come up here and speak with you and join in the fun. And again, what an awesome night. Really looking forward to the 150 laps. Cheer on Carlos Vieira in the car and have a good time.
Yeah, the boss is going to be out there doing it tonight. Let's see if he can get his second win for 2021 at Madera Speedway. We started with the first race, getting the win early in the year. Let's see if he can round it out with the final event. Once again, thank you very much. great job with all the podcasts.
Thank you.
We'll keep listening. Hopefully everybody will listen in and just listen to the podcast. Check it out at KDD Media.
KDDpodcast.com.
Yep.
And thank you for the time. I really
we
appreciate
appreciate
this.
anything we can ever do for you guys. Just sing out because we'll help you out. It's great having you here at Madera Speedway, talking to you and trying to get the message out about knocking doors down. And your path in life can change. Just make sure you talk to someone, and we can get you help.
Absolutely. And the way through it is to walk through it, and you can do it. And there's support out there for you. So just don't ever forget it. Don't ever give up hope.
So remember, you can get through it, walk through it, and get help. Okay, thanks very much, buddy, and let's hope you enjoy the rest of the night at Madera Speedway with Carlos out there for $10,000 to win tonight and 150 laps.
Thank you.
Great having you here. Thank you. It was great talking to Jason LaChance and have him join us here. I want to give a shout out tonight to one of our regular race fans, Chris Kraft. Chris has been going through some health issues, and Chris, we're thinking of you, buddy. We miss you here at the racetrack, and we sure hope we'll get you back here next season. I know you're probably not going to get back here this season, but sure would hopefully have you back here next season. We miss you here at Madera Speedway, so if everybody could you say a prayer for Chris. He needs a little help at the moment and suffering some health issues, so one of our really great fans here at Madera Speedway. For everybody that's just joined us on the telecast, I'm Outback Andy. My broadcast partner is Stephen Blakesley. We're getting ready for 150 laps of late model racing. We are going to crown a champion tonight. The 5150 crew are down there, and they're throwing T-shirts out into the stands for all the fans. This is pretty cool. A lot of 5150 merchandise getting out there to the fans. The kids from the Gloves Not Drugs program also out there helping throw the stuff out. Really is interesting what Carlos Vera has done, and I remember the day Carlos first turned up at Altamont Motorsports Park, how Carlos's race program has grown and how he has supported short track racing, especially here on the West Coast. Let's take a look. I'm going to go over to our YouTube people for a little while. My broadcast partner, Steve Blakesley, making his way down to do the stand-up. So, as the drivers finished the Bandoleros tonight, that was how they finished in the championship. So, congratulations, first, second, and third on the track tonight, and first, second, and third in the championship as well. Yeah, the Bandoleros always run hard here at Madera Speedway, and now that, of course, they're on a restrictor plate as well, as we get ready to bring out full field of late models tonight. Hired Gun 05, greetings from Georgia, USA, waiting for the next race. Well, it's going to be a great race, too. It's going to be 150 laps of late model racing on this tri-banked 1/3 mile racetrack in Central California. As Stephen Blakesley would say, we are the bread basket of the nation here at in the Central Valley. If it's grown, it's probably grown in California in the Central Valley. If it's exported around the world, it's probably exported from the Central Valley. That one on there. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. It's been a great 7 years here at Madera Speedway. I started with this thing back in 2014, where we did a little piece that then became on to be the pilot that went to MAV TV, and the rest is history. The first year we had 8 30-minute shows on MAV TV, and now we're out to 20-odd plus with all the specials we do, well into the 20s a year that we do from Madera Speedway. My broadcast partner, Stephen Blakesley, joined me the same year. Kenny Shepard and I anchored it for the first few years, and we were doing it and then voicing it over in the studio. Now, Steve Blakeslee and I do it live, but they cut it up. So, like I say, you'll hear a lot of times we'll go to break, or we're going to go to break. We don't really go to break, so it's just pretty cool. All the junior drivers getting out of the cars, and all these stars, I should say, the late model stars all getting out of the car. Brian Smith, the track announcer, will introduce the drivers to the fans here at Madera. It's going to be a full field of late models tonight for our Nut Up Pro late models. So just getting everybody out of the car. I want to thank everybody for their support through 2021. We still have some races to come our way in a couple of weeks. We'll have the Triple Turkey Open. So it'll be a great race on the 16th. We will be dark next Saturday night. We'll return in a couple of weeks with a great race. Champion will be settled after this tonight in our pro late models. This will go down to the wire just like our junior late models did. And some great drivers out there. Of course, Kyle Keller will be starting on the outside of the front row tonight. He was the most recent winner, got the win in round number 8, and then backed it up last week in a local show. And the outright championship, we have an overall championship as well, which is between this series, the non-TV series that we do, the Madera series. There's an overall championship. So Kyle Keller took out the championship in the Madera late models, and he's trying tonight to wrap up the overall championship, and he still has a mathematical shot of winning a championship in this series as well. So Kyle Keller, it's been a big year for him here at Madera Speedway. Just trying to get you guys back up as we've had a technical issue. Tonight Seth Wise is back too, the Bakersville driver. You look at these first cars down there. Seth Wise, Kyle Keller, and Jaden Walbridge, some young stars down there. Incredible. Then you throw in Ethan Nascimento as well. The first two rows stacked with either current or former junior racers. And like we've seen in the last few weeks, where drivers that raced here in the junior series have gone on to do big things on a national level. So Jesse Love tonight getting the win in the ARCA National Series. He's a two-time champion here at Madera Speedway. Jesse Love, what a great racer Jesse Love was, racing for Nate Clower Motorsports. Yeah, that was a big win tonight for Jesse Love in Salem.
You don't normally do it with the driver just standing there and his.
Yep. We're just waiting now for Stephen Blakeslee. He'll be down there by Seth Wise's car, starting out of position 1. The top 10 from qualifying went into a redraw where they draw for position, and Seth Wise drawing that lucky number 1. As Brian Smith, our track announcer, now starts to introduce this field of drivers to our race cars. And we're going to get ready to go down trackside for our fans on Short Track TV. It's that time of the night where we send it down to Stephen Blakeslee with his MAV TV stand-up.
Well, it's time for the 9th annual $10,000 to win Nut Up Short Track Shootout from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway. And this is probably the youngest field we've ever had. A lot of junior late model graduates in this field, including our pole sitter right behind me, the 87 is Seth Wise. Now, none of the drivers in this field have ever won this race before, but Seth Wise He's won on this night in a junior late model 2 years ago. Maybe he can now get a checkered flag in the 5-figure payday that's up for grabs. We also have our points battle to race for, and all 3 of our drivers in the points battle are starting within the top 6 starting positions. As our points leader, the 07 Jaden Walbridge, the 42 of Matt Erickson, and the 12 of Kyle Keller are all going to battle for that lucrative points title in the Nut Up Pro Late Model Series. Now, this race typically hasn't really had a big impact on the points battle from the standpoint that very few of our winners of this race have gone on to win the series title. So a win is not the program. You want consistency and you want to survive 150 laps of racing, 26 cars. It's the 9th annual Nut Up Short Track Shootout. It's all coming up next for 10 grand to win, only on MAV TV.
Vernon out of Bakersfield, California.
We're down here with our fast time qualifier, the number 51 of Racing Vernon. Racing in honor of his grandpa, James Vernon, starting on the 5th row after the redraw. You're one of the few guys with a big open motor. You're back here to Madera. What do you think your chances are in this 150-lap main event?
We had a good 10-lap run car, so we should have a really good, strong, long-run car. It doesn't matter for the first 100 laps. You just got to be there at the last 50.
What does it mean to you to be back here at Madera Speedway and have a fast race car?
Man, with all these big teams and everything, and we can run up front like this, it's fun.
It was your fast time qualifier. He's got a bit of work to do from row number 5 for Racing Vernon.
Great to have Racing Vernon back with us at Madera Speedway. Now, rumor has it Racing Vernon has all his stuff for sale and is going to retire from racing. There you see the most winningest driver in the history of late models, Matt Erickson, on screen. Matt back after that huge crash last race. So it's good to have Matt Erickson back. But Racing Vernon, I sure hope they reverse that decision and don't sell all the equipment and come back racing, because Racing Vernon, quality racer, always does a nice job in front of your car and super fast every time he comes to Madera Speedway. So let's hope that we get Racing Vernon back here at Madera Speedway in the future. Okay, let us know who you think's going to win this one. Question. Okay, Kevin Harvick is from Bakersfield, right? Has he ever raced here? That might be a question we can ask Kenny Shepard. I'm pretty sure that Kevin Harvick, Kenny Shepard, they're asking, has Kevin Harvick ever raced at Madera? And I think the answer to that question would be yes. Yes, the answer to that question, has Kevin Harvick ever raced here, from Kenny Shepard? Yes, and he raced against Kenny Shepard. And yep, and they broke the track record and tied for identical time that night. And yeah, Kevin Harvick has raced here, and that was, I believe, 1996, Kenny Shepard is saying. So yes, and yep. So that is a definite yes, that Kevin Harvick has raced here and has raced against our promoter, Kenny Shepard. So James Waite, yes, there's the answer to that question. Someone said, Paul Connick said, I think he raced the old Winston West in the late 80s. So that, Yep, Southwest Tour. Yep, Southwest Tour as well. So Winston West. So, yes, in 86. So definitely raced here with Kenny Shepard. And that's pretty cool that Kevin Harvick has raced here. Kurt Busch has raced at this racetrack as well. I think you would have found probably Ron Hornaday would have raced here in his day. I would say Ron would have raced here in his day. So, yep. Tony Stewart has raced here at this racetrack as well. And that would have been in midgets that Tony Stewart would have raced. And super modified. Right, so Kenny Shepard just telling me that Tony Stewart raced midgets and super modifieds on the same night. So, yeah, you can add the list of names that are raced here. We've had a lot of race car drivers that have raced here that are of fame, that have raced at Madera Speedway. We've had international drivers race here as well. So we've had international drivers. I know some drivers from Australia. I know we've had some. We've had New Zealand races here. We've had drivers from Japan race here. So just in recent times. So let's hope we've answered that question for you as we get ready to go with our 150 laps of late model racing tonight from the Madera Speedway. It's a 1/3 mile tri-banked racetrack right on Highway 99, and depending which way the cameras are actually pointing, in fact, you can see the lights of Highway 99 right behind us. That's right behind the where the pits are. Right on the edge is the perimeter chain link wire fence for the highway. So we're right on the Highway 99, right positioned about halfway between Bakersfield and Sacramento. And we talked about it being the breadbasket of the nation, as Stephen Blakesley often refers to it. Now, someone's saying Greg Biffle raced here. That is very possibly so as well. That drivers would have come out of that Southwest Tour and early Winston West to have raced here. So someone is saying that, yep, Kenny Shepard has raced against Greg Biffle in the Northwest Tour. Cars are getting fired up on the racetrack, so we're about to go racing here for $10,000 tonight, 150 laps. Yes, from Chris Welsh. Shout out to Colin. Yeah, Colin's up there. Colin's up there in the scissor lift down there, and right above the entrance to Turn 1. So he's high up in the sky, getting those great shots coming into Turn number 1. For BJ Patterson, track looks good. I think the track is good tonight. Had a little bit of sweep for some fluid downs earlier. But yeah, the track does look good. Jim Dale, hey Jim Dale, thank you, sir. He's at the infield of Delta Speedway. That little, what would that be? About a 1/8 mile, I think it is, at the Stockton Fairgrounds. So Jim Dale, hey, thanks for watching, Jim. Hopefully we'll catch up with you at a racetrack real soon. We are dark, and we will be racing in 2 weeks' time for the Triple Turkey Open. So we'll be back in a couple of weeks for the Triple Turkey Open. So we've got people watching from all over the world. So if you're just joining us, I'm Outback Andy Foster. My broadcast partner will be Stephen Blakesley tonight. As always, through the season, 7th season together at Madera. We called a lot of races at other places together as well. So we've been doing this for a long time and enjoying it. They're filling it up.
All right, Outback Andy, you're going to bring us in for MAV TV at the Stripe. At the Stripe, you're going to bring us in for the 9th annual Nut Up Short Track Shootout.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. This is the 9th annual Short Track Shootout for our Pro Late Models, brought to you by Mission Foods.
And we've got 26 Nut Up Pro Late Models ready to battle. I'm Stephen Blakesley. He's Outback Andy Foster. 10,000 reasons to battle. Let's look at your starting lineup on the front row. Seth Wise and Kyle Keller.
Jaden Woolbridge and Ethan Nascimento of row number 2.
Matt Erickson, one of your points contenders, and Howard Holden.
We go to row number 4. That's Lenny White and Jason Aguirre.
Rayson Vernon and Carlos Vieira, the 51 cars on row 5.
Row 6, Barrett Paul Hemus and Kirsty Young.
Cody Kimley and Ryan Reynolds make up row 7.
Row number 8, Cassidy Hines and Bradley Erickson.
Row 9, Brody Moore and Sean Reynolds.
Row 10, Sheldon Cooper and Pete Soto.
Row 11, Cabe McClenny and Glenn Cook.
Row number 12, Colby Berry and Brian Collins.
And our provisional starters, Jay Julesen, Rick Thompson. We got a load of cameras with some of our junior stars. We got Cassidy Hines with a camera tonight.
We got Kirsty Young with a camera.
Barrett Polhemus.
Racing Vernon.
That's your fast time qualifier. How about Howard Holden?
And Kyle Keller.
Yeah, and your points leader, Jaden Walbridge with a camera. $10,000 to win. As we described it in the stand-up, Andy, probably the youngest short track shootout we've ever had. And none of these drivers have ever won this race before. Seth Wise won the junior late model race here 2 years ago. Otherwise, there aren't very many October checkered flags in this field, and someone's going to get 10 grand tonight.
Yes, a super young field tonight for these Pro Late Models. The Nut Up Pro Late Models and Seth Wise, Kyle Keller, the winner of round number 8. Jaden Woolbridge in the 07, your current points leader. Pace starts to build out of Mission, turn number 4, and Wise brings him to the line down into turn number 1. Can Keller get the big run off the hill? Not so much. Wise holds him going down into turn number 3.
It's a pretty warm evening. Couple of drivers from the warm parts of the West. Bakersfield's Wise. Las Vegas is Kyle Keller. Side by side, give it to Wise on lap number 1. From the inside, from the pole position. And speaking of youngsters, how about the second row? The 07, Jaden Walbridge, the points leader. And how about 14-year-old Ethan Nascimento, who qualified in the top 5 tonight?
Well, more importantly, Ethan Nascimento, that team has won the short track shootout many times before with Eric Holmes as well behind the wheel of the 21 car. So they know how to win this event. They're probably the most experienced team coming here knowing how to get this race done. As Kyle Keller goes upstairs and got around the outside of Wise.
Yeah, give that lap to Kyle Keller on lap number 3. So you look at all this 2x2 racing going on throughout the field. Lots of 2-groove racing. I mean, you go all the way back. There was a battle on screen there with Petey Soto and Cabe McClenny way back in the field for like 20th, and they were side by side. This is a good start to this race.
Jaden Walbridge and that Crown Living Rowdy Chassis Camaro doing a really, really good job.
Well,
racing with a former junior star, Ethan Nascimento.
Well, he's one of the lone cars on the bottom. Look at everybody in front of him and behind him. Look on the speed shot. There aren't very many takers on the bottom, but your top 2 contenders in the points are on the bottom. Jaden Walbridge. Now, Matt Erickson is 3rd in the points, but we're going to call him the 2nd highest contender because Tyler Herzog is not here. So Erickson's the one we're going to really focus on. And, of course, Kyle Keller has kind of a distant possibility. He came into the night 35 points behind, so he needs a big night to pull that off. There's a driver you have some raps on tonight.
Yeah, Howard Holden. Howard Holden has done a great job in this car. This is the brand new car for Howard Holden. And right now, Howard Holden is really getting up on the wheel of that Jerry and Willie's recycling. We call it a recycled Howard Holden. Now, Howard's won a lot of races in the hobby stock and the open hobby stocks. We don't often see him running up front in the pro late models.
Well, and remember, I was just saying everybody was upstairs, and Holden, the veteran, he saw the 07 in Walbridge make a pass on the bottom. He immediately shot right to the bottom and said, I can do that too. And that's what veteran drivers do, is they find opportunities to move forward. Meanwhile, the top two, I think you got a pair of drivers here. They're young, but they're hungry. I think they're going to respect the race distance. I talked to Seth Wise. He's been traveling a bit this year. He said, I've learned a lot traveling, and I'm going to use that tonight. I want to make it to the end of the lap 100 break. I want to be there at the end. So they're doing that. And while I say they're riding around, they got a pretty comfortable lead because the battling in the middle of the field here, Andy, pretty ferocious from fourth on back.
Yes, it is. You got Carlos Vieira in there, racing Jason Aguirre in there. There's a lot of good cars back in that pack.
Now Vieira started 10th, and he's already starting to show his nose up the inside. In fact, he's side by side with the 51 of Racing Vernon. They shared row number 5, and right now they've moved up a little bit. They're up to 7th and 8th on the racetrack for the pair of 51s. And they're kind of boxing in that 42 of Matt Erickson right now. Erickson back to 9th. So Erickson's backpedaled a bit after starting 5th. And that's not going to work for the points.
No, Erickson backpedaled a little bit there. Although, Matt knows how to race these races, albeit hasn't had success in October. But these long races, Matt knows he can take his time. And let these younger guys go out there, maybe wear a little stuff out up front. Matt may be just taking some time here.
Want to clue in on the driver on your screen, that black 55. Driver you may not have seen here at Madera. I don't think he's really run pro lates here before. That's Lenny White out of Colton, California. He's won on the short track shootout night, but in a Lucas Oil modified. Yep. And now he wants to win in a pro late model. I think it's probably just about his first pro start at this racetrack. And he's up into the top 10. So a good start for Lenny White in the 55. He started 7th, so he's running right about where he started. As here goes Racing Vernon. And, Vernon, that's an open motor. We know that car is going to sing early in the race. But I have a bit of skepticism. I asked him in the pits, I said, what do you got for saving stuff? What do you got for fuel? He said, we got a 15-gallon tank. We'll make it to the break. We have no concern there. And I think we got what it takes to save and make it. And so far, Vernon's probably the best car on the track as he's up to 5th place.
And how about this? Seth Wise is coming back at Keller. Keller pulled out about a 5 or 6 car length lead, and Wise has just reeled him back in. This is like Kenny Shepard in the bass boat, getting that old reel. He's got a fish there, and he's just reeling him in.
Well, and lap traffic might increase the intensity level here as they're coming up on one of our provisional starters for the main event, and that's the 77 of Rick Thompson, who came into tonight 10th on points and got the provisional for running full-time this year. He started at the back, and that's where he runs right now as they're all lining up on the top here.
Yeah, Carlos Vieira there in that 5150. Adrian Carlos won the first race of the year, won that first of the big 3 to be drug-free. So Carlos Vieira won that race, and tonight trying to win another one of these signature events.
And Carlos Vieira, one of our 7 different winners this year in 8 races in that 5150 entry, and back to the 51 with the blue on it. They're calling it the 51V of Racing Vernon. And if you're wondering, that is literally his birth name, Racing Vernon, the Bakersfield driver, racing in honor of his grandpa, James Vernon. He's up to 4th place after starting 10th.
Yeah, quality race car driver. And, I believe he may be selling all his race equipment and getting out of racing. I hope that doesn't happen with Racing Vernon, because he is a really quality driver. Or someone picks him up and puts him in the seat, because Racing Vernon certainly can race with the best of them.
And Vernon is gaining ground on Jaden Walbridge for 3rd right now, as meanwhile your leaders are putting a lap on the 0-2 of Brian Collins. And we almost have to sort of temper our enthusiasm, temper the pace. We're on lap 26. On a normal nut-up night, that would be 24 to the break. Instead, try 74 to the break. So there is a lot of time for things to happen, as this has been a pretty prolonged green flag run. What a great short track shootout. This is going to probably go down as one of the all-time best. Just the clean racing, the grassroots drivers, Here's a couple of drivers who have raced a bit before. Battle for 7th on your screen.
Yeah, the Waterford Irrigation, Corbin Cash, car of racing Jason DeGeary up against that MJ Gilbert Stop Deck Brakes, number 42 of Matt Erickson. A couple of veteran drivers out there on the racetrack going at it, and wow, Aguirre went way up the hill, and Erickson runs him way up the racetrack, so trying to block that run from racing Jason DeGeary.
Now, Matt Erickson, he needs to be something like 14 positions better than Jaden Walbridge tonight. So that's not going to happen, making big moves like that. That battle is not really going to affect that. I think Erickson knows that. What will affect that is being there in the top 5 when something goes wrong for the points leader. So Erickson has no reason to try to tear things up or make anything difficult on himself.
That 77 car is a former winner on MAV TV, so you can see the pace that these drivers are carrying tonight.
Yeah, this is awesome. 31 laps in the books. Kyle Kerr took the lead on the outside on lap number 3 from Seth Wise. Wise is tucked in behind him, and they've been the top 2 the whole race. I think Lenny White is just figuring out that race car, figuring out this racetrack in the Pro Late models as he's trying to find a way. He's in 9th right now.
Yeah, he has Carlos Vieira right behind him. Carlos Vieira started in 10th and is in 10th, 3 wide. That was the 10 car, Sean Reynolds, that they just lapped. And how about this, the 98 Glenn Cook. We've seen Glenn Cook on the podium a bunch of times, and tonight he's gone a lap down at the hands of Kyle Keller and Seth Wise.
And Glenn Cook came out of that $1,000 to win B main, which was won by Brody Moore, the Colorado driver. We have 2 Colorado drivers. Just to update you on Brody Moore, he started 17th. He's running 15th right now in car 78 after getting that $1,000 paycheck.
This is incredible racing. I've seen a lot of give and take from our drivers tonight. We are 35 laps into this race of 150.
Yeah, it's a long distance marathon. It sure seems like Seth Wise has a good car. He keeps kind of diving in there, showing his nose to Kyle Keller, but he's not really pressing the issue. We kind of expected this. The battle for 3rd is hotted up. Battle for 3rd going on into turn number 3 as Rayson Vernon has run down Jaden Walbridge. We saw that briefly on our screens here.
Yeah, Rayson Vernon has got a good race going on. Rayson Vernon started out of position number 9, so he's certainly making some moves as the 55 of Lenny White about to be passed by the 45 of Aguirre and possibly the 51 of Vieira.
Yeah, I think Aguirre is probably the driver that's had the busiest race. Every time we look, he's side by side with someone, but he's right where he started. He started 8th, he's running 8th, but you wouldn't know that because he's been in the middle of everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Battle for the lead.
Here it is, Seth Wise now to the inside. So Seth Wise can't get it done. Keller was on the outside with that slingshot off of turn number 2. Now can Wise get him coming out of turn 4?
Well, I thought Wise might be able to throw the pick and put him behind the other number 12, Ajay Julesen, with Fred Lynn from the Fred Searle Track Swap Meet on the radios. But Keller was able to get away. I really feel like Wise probably could have pressed the issue, but he's not going to do that. They want to get to lap 100. Lenny White making a move here on Racing Jason.
Yeah, this is a big run here now as Aguirre gets way out, and it looks like the 48 of Kimley is coming into this battle as well.
Yeah, this is 8th place on the screen. 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th on your screen. And then a little bit of a gap back to Texan Barrett Polemus, who started 11th and is running 12th.
Yep, the 05 running out there. One of our former junior drivers.
Yeah, Cade McClenny.
Cade McClenny doing a good job too. He's about to go a lap down at the hands of Kyle Keller. So Keller and Wise starting to carve their way through the lap traffic. And the lap traffic so far been pretty kind to these lead drivers right now.
Yeah, and for the 12 of Julesen, he used a provisional to make the field. For the driver, Cade McClenny, he came out of the B main, started 21st tonight, and is running just about where he started. He's running in the 20th position right now. As race fans,
Glenn Cook has spun down in turn number 4. Mission turn number 4. That will take us to break, race fans, with 45 laps completed this event. We'll get Glenn Cook turned around, take a quick commercial break. Stay with us, race fans.
So we got 45 green flag laps in the books, and the cautions come out. And just 5 laps shy of halfway to the break. What a great opening segment. Brings it all together. The driver who I really don't think pressed his race car a lot during that opening segment was the 07, Jaden Walbridge. He never really gained on Wise, never got a ton of pressure from Racing Vernon. I wonder what the 07 has in the tank, Andy.
Well, we'll see what he has when they stack him back up. But Jaden Walbridge just sitting back there, pacing himself, looking at the bigger picture tonight, the championship.
As we got the 10 car, Sean Reynolds in the infield, Andy.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Sean Reynolds says, and looks like he may have parked that car. Sean Reynolds, one of the Reynolds brothers that's out there. The two of them were out there. Ryan was out there as well.
And Bradley Erickson going to the infield as well, the Phoenix, Arizona driver, our 2020 champion of the junior late models.
Looks like Sheldon Cooper is also bringing the spare Howard Holden car to the infield as well.
And our promoter, Kenny Shepard, was jokingly saying maybe they got tired from that long green flag run, but Bradley Erickson didn't even make it to the infield. He kind of got stuck.
Yeah, and Sheldon Cooper is in as well. Doesn't look like that crew is really hurrying. And now the Walbridge crew trying to run down pit lane to try and see if they can rescue that car.
If you're Cooper, he was in 18th. There were only 2 lead lap cars behind him, Soto and I think...
He's been rolled to the boneyard, so he's done.
Okay, because I was going to speculate maybe it might be a pit stop for adjustments. You had nothing to lose.
Yeah, you would have nothing to lose. If you're one of those cars that's running towards the back, you don't have anything to lose. And now looks like the 10 car may be trying to come back out. And that's another car that was quite a ways back as well. Reynolds, let's take a look.
He had pulled in a few laps before the yellow, so he was 4 laps down in 25th. My idea about maybe another car in the pits, the 88 of, we got a whole pile of them. Colby Berry has pitted. I was going to speculate, of all the cars right now, if I was the 88 of Cassidy Hines, you know how smart the brain trust is there for Nate Clower. If there's anything they have in mind that might make that car better, I would think about taking that car to the infield and making that adjustment. You won't give up anything. At the moment, you would only give up perhaps 1 spot to P.D. Soto with Cooper out. Yep. But you could make big gains by making that pit stop. So that's probably what I would do if I was Cassidy Hines, but maybe they're happy with that car.
But Sheldon Cooper is definitely out of the car, and he is done for the night. Tough break for Sheldon Cooper. So we lost about 3 or 4 cars here, Stephen Lacey.
Yep, 44 down, 56 to go to the break. Here from Madera Racing on MAV TV, our Short Track TV live stream. Let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to win this race tonight? Who's going to get the $10,000 prize? Right now, your top 10, we got Kyle Keller, Seth Wise, Jaden Walbridge, the 51 of Racing Vernon, 41 of Howard Holden, your top 5.
Hey, how about if we could get these likes up to 200 by the break? So if you get out there, give us a like. Give us a like out there.
Yeah, we're close.
We're close. We'd like to get this up to 200. So if you haven't given us a like, give us a like. We'd love that.
Kind of a prolonged yellow here for this spin from Glenn Cook, as it looks like they were working on trying to get the lap cars pulled out to the back. We saw the 12 of Juleson pulling over. We saw the 05 of McClenny pulling over. I got to think they're close on a lineup now.
And I think Juleson would have maybe got the car that got his lap back, because I think we get lucky dog.
Well, right? I was looking at who that might be, Andy, from looking at our scoring. I think that was going to end up being Cabe McClenny over Juleson, and that's why Cabe is all the way at the back. But Juleson's kind of mixed in there with Soto, so not sure. I'll bring him back for MAV TV next time around. We're not going to bring him back, Andy, tonight on this 150 lapper because they got a lot of content for 44 minutes of TV. We're not bringing him back till the Nut Up sign down there in turn 2 on our Nut Up Short Track Shootout. It's got a lot of people rooting for Kyle Keller and
Kyle's up on the outside.
Lenny White, and I'll bring him back at the Nut Up sign.
I'm liking Racing Vernon from the outside of row number 2 right now too.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, your 9th annual Nut Up Short Track Shootout. A 44-lap green flag run. Kyle Keller in that bright red and yellow number 12 is the race leader. He sets the pace on the outside of Bakersfield. Seth Wise, 56 to go to the break. We're back underway out by Andy Foster. And look who's in the mix, the 51er Racing Vernon.
Yeah, I'm really liking Racing Vernon from that outside of the second row. Gets around his fellow Bakersfield driver, Seth Wise. I tell you what, great drive from Racing Vernon. Now, Racing Vernon started in position number 9, worked his way all the way to second place.
Wow.
So picking up 7 positions on the racetrack. Great job.
And one of our youngest drivers in the field, the 21, Ethan Nascimento, the 14-year-old, says, I want to do that too, as he goes upstairs on the 87 of Wise. And look who's also in there, the veteran Lenny White, in one of his only short track shootout appearances. I think Nascimento might have tagged the wall there as there was dust flying. Great battling here as we're not even halfway to the break.
No, we're not even halfway to the break yet, and Kyle Keller skipped out to about a 3-car length lead over Racing Vernon. Seth Wise, not sure what happened to Seth, whether the tires didn't cycle out right at the very, very start of that restart, but looks like Seth sort of got rolling now. This is a good battle between Lenny White, Nascimento, and Jaden Warbridge. That's kind of a mix of veterans and young drivers in that pack of cars right there.
Yeah, you got a 14-year-old, a 16-year-old, and a guy who probably doesn't want to admit his age. You ought to see how worn out the right side of Ethan Nascimento's car is. He tagged the wall a ton on the back straightaway there a few laps ago, and you'll see that as they come by.
Trouble down here. Kersey Young has just cut down a tire.
And almost collected the former junior drivers of Kimberly and Cassidy Hines, but they all get around, and we're yellow on lap number 50, about halfway to the Mission-style racing tortilla chips break here from Madera Racing on MAV TV.
Yeah, Kersey quickly puts down the window net, so this looks like it's broken something in the suspension of this car, because Kersey is very, very quick to start getting all the safety equipment off and getting ready to climb out of that 17 car. Tough break for Kersey Young. Had a pretty solid race going on back there and was making some moves back in 14th position.
A great battling. I was really impressed by Ethan Nascimento. Ran his best lap in the main event there on lap 49. I thought after Nascimento qualified in the top 5, he was going to have a lot of confidence, and he's showing that.
Certainly is. I tell you what, who is confident is race leader Kyle Keller. Yep.
Yeah, and our promoter Kenny Shepard reminding us that as we talked about, Ethan Nascimento hit the wall a ton, but then 2 laps later ran his best lap of the race. So it kind of reminds me of that Darlington battle between Kurt Busch and Ricky Craven. And Larry McReynolds says, oh, these cars are driving awful. And DW goes, nah, they're fine. They're good. They're better than ever. And that's kind of where it is for the 21 and Nascimento. As there's a look at the right front on Kersey Young's car.
Yeah, the front is down, but I'm not sure. Obviously, Kersey thinks there's more problems than just the tire because
I don't know.
She climbed out of the car pretty quickly.
Well, we see Brad Young leaving the spotter stand here. I don't know for some of our double-duty drivers if they were using the same tires as they used in the junior late model race, because that would be a lot of laps if they were. And we're being told no, this was a different set for Kersey.
Has some panel damage on the front there and a whole lot of tire marks on the outside, so looks like maybe cut. Yeah. Whole bunch of tire marks on the right side of the 17.
And waiting on them to get that car on the hook so we can get this thing back underway. 51 laps to go. We were asking earlier, who you think's going to win this race? Get your vote in on the comments. Got a lot of people rooting for the 55 of Lenny White. Got some Kyle Keller fans. Got some Seth Wise fans in there as well.
Yeah, got some Cassidy Hines fans in there.
Cassidy got a real nice win at Roseville this year in the Pro Late Models. Was involved in a spin with Holly Clark, another one of our Madera regulars from Colorado. Went all the way to the back, came all the way through the field and won. It was pretty impressive in only a 35-lap race. So that was pretty cool.
U.S. Army MP78, first time ever to Madera Speedway. Hey, and he's loving it. Well, welcome along, sir, to the Madera Speedway family. Come on back in a couple of weeks. Turkey Triple Open. Be a great race, so come on back in a couple of weeks for that.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, the event of the year. It was the best event last year. I want to take an opportunity while we're under yellow. Something I forgot to mention in the stand-up. We got a lot of Lenny White fans out there, and I want to salute something that Lenny's doing today. We posted a photo of this on social media. He has on the passenger side, so she's riding with him tonight, and it says the name Sarah Burns. And she was a corpsman, second-class hospital corpsman in the U.S. Navy who passed away this year in a helicopter crash. And she's riding on the passenger side on that 55. They got a big sticker with her name on the car. There it is, Sarah Burns, on Lenny White's car. So there is a GoFundMe. If you want to look up Sarah Burns, you can support her family. And again, a second-class hospital corpsman in the U.S. Navy who passed away in a helicopter crash this year. And he's trying to take Sarah to victory lane tonight.
That's very, very cool. Great job, Lenny White. Remember, keep giving us those likes. We want to try and get that up to at least 200 by the halftime break.
Hey, there, excuse me, there you go. Justin Reed says, I got it on at the restaurant on the TV. That's what you got to do.
That's cool. Well, welcome along. What kind of restaurant do you have?
What's for dinner? What's for dinner at the restaurant?
Stephen Blakes has been hammering those Mission tortillas with the whole wheat ones. You up to 5 now? Is it?
Four, my friend.
Okay.
4.
I thought you might have snuck one under the bench there while we were on a yellow or something.
Oh, my God. You're funny. All right, so you're going to bring him back for MAV TV at the Nut Up sign the next time around.
But I'll just tell you, I like the street tacos on a Tuesday. Little carnitas on there. Yeah, a little green sauce, the verde sauce. Way to go. Some radish. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. This is the 9th annual short track shootout and round 9 of the 2021 championship. We're about 1/3 of the way through this event tonight, and Kyle Keller, the leader on the outside of Racing Vernon. Racing Vernon came from 9th to 2nd. Here's the hard charger in the top 10 right now.
But he's using all that horsepower. Does that horsepower come into play when you're on the bottom? You can't quite use it, right? And Kyle Keller keeps the lead. Racing Vernon fills that hole between them as we get the cross flags. That's the cross flags to the break. We're 50 down, 50 to go to the break, but we're officially at 1/3 race distance. It's Keller, Vernon, Nascimento, and then side by side for 4th.
Yeah, Jaden Walbridge has pretty much been running the inside. Jaden kind of forced up to the outside now to see if he can make something work in that Rowley chassis. So a couple of young drivers, Walbridge and
Whoa, they're 3 wide.
3 wide, yep, 3 wide. Oh, Walbridge goes around.
And that's your points leader, and he keeps it going. What a great save.
Complete 360, everybody.
And we're still green on the
everybody.
racetrack, but Kimberly parks it in turn 1. Kimberly keeps going. We stay green, and that's a championship-saving maneuver from Walbridge. As you'll see right here, Walbridge is right behind the 42 of Matt Erickson, but their gap coming into the night was 27 points. That's like 14 positions. So I guess if you're Erickson, you've picked up 2 of those positions, but a long way to go here.
Well, that kind of scattered things after the top 3. That was an incredible chain of events back there where cars went around and everybody missed everybody basically. And not often you see that. That could have been a whole bunch of mess down there, as Walbridge now will have to fight his way back.
Yeah, he's in 10th now, and the 42 of Erickson is in 8th. But like I said, he's going to need a bigger swing than that to pull this off. The bigger question is what that does for Keller, because now Kyle Keller from 1st to 10th between Keller and Walbridge. Their gap was 35. Keller is chipping away at that.
The other question is, too, Stephen Blakeslee, how bad did the 07 hurt those Hoosier 970 tires?
Yeah, on a 150-lap race, you got to wonder about that.
Yep.
As there's some ferocious racing going on here. This is for 5th right here on your screen.
Howard Holden, 4th place right now, Stephen Blakeslee. He started 6th, dropped back a little, but Howard, with that chain of events, got through there. and he is into fourth and circulating around pretty well.
Yeah, and we're side by side for fifth behind him here, Andy, as Lenny White was trying to make a move. White looking underneath Ethan Nascimento for the fifth spot as we click by 59 laps. 41 to the Mission Racing Style Tortilla Chips break for the Wild Child, Kyle Keller.
Carlos Vieira started out at ninth. Carlos Vieira's moved up to sixth place on the racetrack as he got by Lenny White momentarily. And look at this, Steve Lacey. Brian Collins, the 02, will go another lap down at the hands of Kyle Keller in that all-star towing Battle-Born Racing entry. What a few weeks Kyle Keller has had. He won the last race, round number 8. Then he came to Madera for the local race, won that and won the championship here for the local Madera Championship. Trying to win the overall championship, which is this series plus the Madera combined. So it's going to be a great season. And also, he's involved with the junior car of Robbie Keneally, and he's helping with that car. And Keneally has done a great job in that car since being in there. So Kyle Keller, not only is he winning races, but he's helping other racers be really super competitive.
Well, and not only all of that, he's pulling away from Seth Wise right now as the best battle has been the touring veterans who are back here in the pro ranks. The 51 of Vieira, 55 Lenny White. They've raced together a lot in the Southwest Tour. They're having a nice clean battle. They're still duking it out for sixth here in the Nut Up Short Track Shootout.
Yes, they are. Fighting it out between Nascimento, Vieira, and Lenny White. And I'm going to give a shout-out to a car coming out of turn number 4, as we saw it. That was the 5 of Petey Soto. Petey Soto has moved into the top 10 after starting 20th for that budget racer who's a Petey Soto, former legend racer. Oh, Lenny White was hanging it out coming out of turn 4, lost a lot of ground.
Battle for fifth on your screen, which is the last car we'll interview at the halfway break. And like we always talk about with the short track shootout, Andy, there's a lot of drivers here that are only here for one thing, or you could say 10,000 things, where they're only here for the money. So that battle for fifth, they don't care about bonus points. They're only here for the win. Whereas this man, your race leader, he's here for points and the win. Came in fourth on points, but basically is the third car without Herzog here tonight. And he puts the 88 of Cassie Hines between himself and Seth Wise. And how about this driver? Ho-ho. And he'd be bringing a sleigh back to all of his friends and family if he can win this one.
He would. In that Jerry and Willie's recycling, we call this the recycled Howard Holden. I tell you what, since he got this new car, done a really good job in this brand new Fury. Got some damage last round, quite a bit of damage to the front and the back of that car. They had to get a whole bunch of parts new and put on it, but that Fury is super fast tonight.
Well, we're almost halfway, and this race is only a half hour old. And not to jinx it, because things can go bump in the night in that final 50, but it's been a pretty clean race so far, Andy. And this group right here, they've had really ferocious battling, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They have kept it together, and you got such a contrast, like you talked about, with the youngest driver in the field, Ethan Nascimento, and a whole pile of veterans.
When you can have a driver like Walbridge spin from the top 5, spin around coming out of turn number 4, down past the start and finish line, and no one collects him when you don't gather up a big wreck, that may set the tone for the night, Stephen Blasey, because we are rolling pretty good here. And the car that is rolling is Keller, because he's about to lap Camille down there.
Yeah, remember Cody Kimley for a while was battling for a top 10.
Oh, cars around.
Oh,
Carlos Vieira.
Oh, Vieira and Nascimento, we jinxed that one as they'll collide into turn number 3. Big contact on the back of Ethan Nascimento's car. Caution comes out on lap number 73, 27 to the break here for Madera Racing on MAV TV. Oh, I feel horrible for Ethan Nascimento and Carlos Vieira, and I wonder if we might have a replay to see what happened there, because that was dramatic. Tough break, a battle for fifth there, and that really clears the path for the 07 Walbridge as well.
Here we go. Vieira gets down there, and, yep. Carlos kind of got hooked up and couldn't turn down. Well, knocking doors down. Carlos Vieira is knocking down the door of the 21 and knocking down the wall as well. There you go, Carlos.
And this will be, excuse me, kind of a longer view here. little bit further back. Wasn't sure if Nascimento was starting to turn down yet, but they came together nonetheless. Trying to turn down for that lap car, Rick Thompson there, and around they go. Tough break for both of those drivers. You could see the brake rotors were absolutely glowing on Ethan Nascimento's car. We'll get one more view of it here on MAV TV. This will give us maybe a perspective on where Ethan Nascimento was, if he came down on Vieira or what precipitated the contact here.
Get in the turn. Rick Thompson is in front of him.
I mean, Vieira wasn't as low as you can go, that's for sure.
Well, Nascimento really has nowhere to go other than having to try and turn left because Rick Thompson was right there.
Just a racing deal.
Yeah. Now, there's the damage to Carlos Vieira's car, that Camry, and Ethan Nascimento. Now, if they could get Nascimento's car out of there, see if they could get that back to the pits.
No.
Do some sort of work on that.
That ain't coming back. They're only here for the win, and that thing ain't coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, Nascimento climbs out. So young driver was doing a good job out there. Looks at the back of the car, and well.
And notice that Vieira and Nascimento did not talk.
No, well, Carlos sort of put the hands out when he jumped out of the car, but Carlos walking away. Tough break for the 5150 driver.
All right, we'll look at our rundown right now. We had a request for the rundown on the live stream. Kyle Keller is the leader on Seth Wise, Rayson Vernon, Howard Holden. Lenny White is going to restart the 55 car in 5th. And then Matt Erickson, Jaden Walbridge, Brody Moore, Petey Soto, Barrett Polhemus, your top 10. That's pretty good for Petey Soto there.
Yeah, it is. Petey Soto went 9th. Petey Soto started out at 20th. So Petey Soto doing a good job. He's a former legend racer. And when he first got this late model, had his trailer stolen, and a lot of equipment was stolen from Petey Soto. And people got together and got him tires and wheels to get this car back going. And Petey's had a kind of rough introduction to late models, but of late has had some really cool runs going in that number 5 entry. So Petey Soto, driver that I think next year we'll see some really good stuff out of Petey Soto. He's been improving all the time. Was a good legend car racer as well. Now Ethan Nascimento was looks like he's jumped back in the car.
Look at how the roof is all pushed up on that car from how severe the rear end damage is on that Skipco Welding Supplies entry.
Yeah, kind of went in corner first, unfortunately, for Nascimento. So they will drag that 21 car to the boneyard down here. Let's take a look at the live stream.
All right, let's take a look at what we have the rest of the season here at Madera Speedway, Andy. So I'll tell you about in 2 weeks, October 16th, the Turkey Triple Open. All of them on MAV TV with open late models, 602 modifieds, open hoppy stocks, and the Challenge Cup Series. And then one of your favorite events is coming up on October 30th.
Yeah, it's the Pumpkin Smash, the 14th annual Pumpkin Smash. And we'll bash and blow things up that night. It's a 400-lap enduro. We got the Extreme Barrel Racing Series, trick and treat for the kids through the pits, and on-track Pumpkin Smash where we'll smash stuff. Hey, race fans, we're going to take a commercial break so we can bring you this free of charge. And that restaurant, quickly, Stephen Blakeslee, they had the TV on. That was a Texas Roadhouse, by the way.
that your stomach growling or the sound of thousands of horsepower circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Supercharge your taste buds with fast and easy-to-create recipes that are winner circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines, because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
$51.50 is power. The power to overcome. The power to persevere. The power to set your life on a course for success. When you're faced with the challenges life throws at you, you focus and do what is needed to go beyond what is required. So stand up, stand firm, believe, make it happen, and live through the madness, knocking doors down along the way. We are 5150.
Welcome back to the Madera Speedway live stream on Short Track TV. Well, it's 150 laps of late model racing tonight. $10,000 will go to the winner. We're just cleaning up the wreck between Ethan Nascimento and Carlos Vieira down in 805 Turn 3. Mission Foods, hey, those great Mission Foods sold all over the world. I love the street tacos on a Tuesday. Stephen Blakeslee, he loves the whole wheat, and Kenny Shepard, he loves a lot of the products like those flour tortillas. How about NutUp? Go to nutup.com, enter MAVTV20, all capitals. You'll get 20% off all your items at NutUp, along with MAVTV20 at 5150. Go to 5150ltm.com. That's the numbers 51 and then the word 50ltm.com. And you'll type in MAVTV20, all capitals, and you can get some discount, 20% on all your products over at 5150. And KDD Media Company with that book Knocking Doors Down by Carlos Eduardo Vieira, and of course the podcast at kddpodcast.com. And we had Jason LaChance here talking about the podcast a little earlier, the Carlos Vieira Foundation. Of course, this is the race to be drug-free. Also, big supporter of autism and Race to End Stigma. So I want to thank them, and they are the people that bring you the free live streaming 5150 for the junior late models, NutUp for the pro late models, and of course we are powered by Mission Foods at Madera Speedway, and we really thank those companies for supporting us here at Madera Speedway. Paul Connick, tomorrow is chicken tacos and nachos thanks to Mission. Good to see our fans.
And you'll bring him back at the NutUp sign
boats
here, Andy. You'll bring him back at the NutUp sign.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, and we are going to go how this race started with Seth Wise and Kyle Keller on the front row. This is lap number 73, and Kyle Keller gets a good jump going down into turn one. And how about this? Ho, ho, ho. It's not Christmas. It's Howard Holden.
Well, and
he's on a charge.
Well, and he's bringing the 42 of Matt Erickson with him, who needs every position he can get. Keller leads the way. Ho-ho into second. Can Matt Erickson go into third? The outside is Big wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on rolling as they go to the top.
I tell you what, that car was like a dog of Howard Holden's coming out turn 4. Last time it was wagging the tail a little bit. That time looked a lot better for Howard Holden. How would this be if he could get that Jerry's and Willie's recycling? We've recycled Howard Holden. He's come from the hobby stocks and up to the late models and doing a great job on MAV TV. Here we go, Matt Erickson right behind him now. Matt, we haven't seen a lot of Matt tonight with that car that was extensive damage last race, and they've repaired it, and it's looking good.
We've got a big new face in the top 5, race fans. Your winner of the B-Main, the 78 of Brody Moore. From 17th to 5th for the Colorado driver. He's going Rocky Mountain high around the outside there in the 78.
Yeah, Brody Moore, great job from Brody Moore. Right behind him is that 51 of Racing Vernon. Saw Racing Vernon kind of put a bit of challenge up, and then he had to back it back. But how about that? The Charlie Wilson Motorsports entry of Brody Moore, one of our 5150 junior late model drivers. I tell you what, a lot of these drivers up front tonight have either raced in that series, or they've raced in that series, or they still race in that series. And more to that point, congratulations to Jesse Love tonight at Salem. Took out the ARCA national event tonight. And here's a 2-time Madera Speedway 5150 junior champion. And we've seen him race in the Nut Up Series as well.
And we got another junior driver, Barrett Polhemus, who started 11th, the Texan. He's up to 7th. And you see that driver on your screen right now in car 79. Now, he started 11th. We've had a driver win from 11th in this event before, 2018 with Logan Zampa. Can he be the next 11th starting driver to win? Well, we got junior drivers all throughout the field.
We do, and Barrett Polhemus, Charlie Wilson has really got his drivers racing. Both junior drivers racing real well in this nut-up competition. Here we go now, the 07 of Warbridge. And Warbridge back inside the top 10.
Look at who he's battling now. Back the 05 of Cabe McClenny, who came out of the B-Main as well. Cabe started this main event in 21st, my friend.
Yep, Cabe started 21st up to 9th. That's a great job.
Wow.
And they're a super underfunded team. And, of course, they unfortunately lost one of their cars with a motor on a Friday night for the junior car, so they only have the one car this weekend. And Cabe doing a good job. They took a couple of races off to move house, and I tell you what, he is certainly moving things on the racetrack tonight.
Yeah, this is awesome to see all the comers and goers. So many grassroots teams in the top 10, but nobody's been able to touch this man, the wild child, Kyle Keller, as he has stretched out his lead on Howard Holden, Matt Erickson, Seth Wise, and Brody Moore. Battle for second on your screen. And you might have second and third in the points, 1-2 on the track, and the 07 Wallbridge might need to step it up a bit here.
Yeah, it's Howard Holden holding out Matt Erickson. This is so cool to see Howard Holden, too, and also another racing family that runs on a budget and doing a good job. Got this new Fury race car. We often say Fast and Fury, but I tell you who is fast. That's Kyle Keller up front. He's just driving away from the opposition. Won the last round here at Madera. Came back last week. Won the club race here at Madera Speedway.
Well, and you were also talking about ARCA. He got a top 5 at Vegas in an ARCA car in between. So he's probably the hottest driver in the whole Western United States for the last couple of weeks. If you can dominate a short track shootout, win a club title, win a televised MAV TV race, top 5 in a West car, that's a pretty outstanding couple of weeks for that young man.
We're coming up to 10 laps to go now for this. 10 laps to go right now.
For the opening segment.
The opening segment, that's right. We're going to be at 100 laps, and then we'll go 50 with the final shootout. This is a big battle. The top 5 will talk to Stephen Blakeslee. Right now, that would be Kyle Keller, Howard Holden, Matt Erickson, Seth Wise, and Brody Moore.
3 junior late model graduates in the top 5.
Matt Erickson, it's kind of hard when come from Altamont back in the day where we saw Matt as a young guy just getting started racing. Now we kind of talk about Matt Erickson as a veteran. It shows how old I'm getting.
You see them all lining up behind Howard Holden. You see Kyle Keller pulling away. I'm going to argue that Matt Erickson's riding right now and not pressing. Maybe he'll want to start. He's been pretty good on the bottom on restarts. He's been the 2 blue cars, a Wallbridge and Erickson. They've made some moves on the bottom tonight, notably. maybe he's just riding it right now. It doesn't look like he's pressing the issue because Kyle Keller is going to be 2 seconds ahead when he comes by with 6 to go to the
You
break.
might be right. Maybe Matt Erickson and his dad Rick are talking and saying, yeah, we would like to start in third. So as long as you don't get challenges here, this will put him to fourth because Paul Hemus is coming to the outside. So Matt's thinking might have to change here pretty quick with 5 to go. We are rattling these laps off super fast tonight at Madera.
Well, what's interesting is that 5-car group, 2nd through 6th, that's lined up on the top with Howard Holden. They might be pacing themselves a bit. Lenny White has not clawed towards them. Neither has your points leader, Jaden Walbridge. These 5 are still running some pretty respectable lap times here. Seth Wise turned up the wick right at the moment here with about 3 to go to the break here.
Well, Seth is under fire because right behind Seth Wise is Brody Moore.
Vernon's on the inside.
Vernon on the inside. So this is for this final spot to talk to Stephen Blakesley. Oh, contact between the 51 and the 78. Moore and Vernon make
And we
contact.
have to go yellow with 2 to the break because Glenn Cook is sitting in the infield right at the inside of the back straightaway there going into turn 3. We'll see what officials decide to do if we go to the break or if we run out the final 3 laps. We'll right the ship for Glenn Cook, and we'll return here from Madera Racing on MAV TV. Well, that's the second incident for Glenn Cook, and not really sure what happened with the 98 down there in turn number 3, but glad he was able to get the car turned back around.
Will the Enduro be streamed? Okay, we'll find out from Kenny Shepard down there.
You might have to say it again to him.
Yep. We got a onliner asking, are we streaming the Pumpkin Smash?
Are we streaming it?
Yes.
Considering I filled the grandstands up last weekend without streaming and how much it's costing us,
Probably not.
Here's the other
Okay.
problem. Hey, I drive the water truck.
Yep.
We're all working.
Okay, so for our fans, probably not live streaming the Pumpkin Smash. One of the reasons is Kenny Shepard actually drives the water truck with the soap in the water truck. And we are going to break here, so we are going to break officially. So that will put us at break. We often do this where we don't run out the laps. Yep. Well, for our live streamers, I can tell you Kyle Keller, Howard Holden, Matt Erickson, Seth Wise, and Brody Moore will be the drivers that get to talk to Stephen Blakesley. That's our top 5. We'll give you a quick rundown from there. Racing, Vernon, Lenny White, Jaden Walbridge, Barrett Paul Hemus, Cabe McClenny. That's your top 10. Jay Jolson, Jason Aguirre, Petey Soto, Cody Kimmerly, Ryan Reynolds, Cassidy Hines, Rick Thompson, Glenn Cook, Brian Collins, Ethan Nascimento round out your top 20, followed by Carlos Vieira, Kissy Young, Bradley Erickson, Sheldon Cooper, Sean Reynolds, and Colby Berry. So basically from 20th down, you can take those cars out of the event. Those cars most likely won't be returning. We have to give some big shout-outs. One of the shout-outs I'm going to give is to a driver that's had a good run tonight. He's in 11th on the racetrack. Jay Jolson started 25th and has moved up to 11th. So Jay had a good run going last race and another good run going tonight in that Meade Performance Zone Up number 12. So he's had a good run. Waiting for Stephen Blakesley to make his way down. That's Kyle Keller's car being worked on. He's the form driver on the West Coast at the moment, Kyle Keller. Winning the last round, round number 8 of the Nut Up Pro Late Models, winning a local Madera Speedway race that wasn't live streamed last week and winning the Madera Speedway Late Model Championship, and about to wrap up tonight the overall championship for the combined both events as well. So this TV series and the non-TV series, they have an overall points, and Kyle Keller will probably win that tonight if he keeps going the way he is for the rest of this race. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, the 9th annual short track shootout. And down there with Stephen Blakesley is the informed driver on the West Coast right now, Kyle Keller.
What a couple of weeks it's been for this driver, the number 12 of Kyle Keller, leading the way in the nut-up short track shootout. What do you still need on this race car for these final 50 laps?
You know, after that, I think there was 27 to go in that last restart, and I was kind of saving. I mean, I was a little free getting in on the long runs. You know, it's 50, not 100 this time, so I think I can push a little bit more. I know Seth starts behind me, so I think he's going to, you know, my biggest competitor. But this wouldn't be possible without all my sponsors, All-Star Towing, Battleborn Racing, CSM Graphics, Aqua Perfect, Competition Carburetors, Bowen Family Trust, Eros Environmental, Swift Springs. Thank you, Nut Up, for this race, and Keller Motorsports, and Derek Thorne Racing, Chuck Wall, everybody back home. Just thank you to everybody, and hopefully we can get to 10,000.
He's got enough race car to press it. Kyle Keller in the lead here in the short track shootout.
Looking forward to Kyle Keller for the last 50 laps of this event, how he can go in that number 12 Keller Motorsports entry. Like I say, the form driver on the West Coast right now. Done a great job, Stephen Blakesley, making his way down now to the second place car on the racetrack. And I tell you what, we've talked about this driver. He's the driver of the Willie and Jerry's recycling entry. And Stephen Blakesley is down there with the recycled Howard Holden.
Well, Howard Holden, you're battling for a nut-up short track shootout. They were all lined up behind you there for quite a long time. What's going through your mind when you got drivers all up behind you and you're trying to make it to the end of one of these big races?
You know, I don't really know who's back there, who's running with me. I'm just trying to focus what's going on in front. My son spots for me. He just tells me where I need to go and watch what I'm doing. Don't worry about anything else. So that's what we're trying to do.
How amazing does it feel to be competitive in this big of an event?
You know, you have no idea when we got that checkered for the 100-lap break. I was like, holy crap, we just made it to the halfway break in the top 5. But it's been a struggling year, and this is awesome.
It's pretty awesome to see a driver like this in the top 5. See what he can do in the final 50 for Howard Holden.
Well, great run going so far for Howard Holden, one of our local Madera racers, a great racer too. Very successful in the hobby stock ranks here at Madera, now turning his attention to the late models. We're going to go to third place, and it is the most winningest driver in the history of late models at Madera Speedway. Stephen Blakesley is with Matt Erickson.
So we see Matt Erickson working on his race car behind us here in car number 42. And Matt, you're down on your knees, you're working on it. You guys want this $10,000 real bad, don't you?
Yeah, I was trying to do the strategy again, reel that 87 and pass me at the break, but the hook spun out and going into 3 there, so it didn't work out again. But the toe was knocked out an inch, so we straightened that up. So hopefully it works better on the bottom and get up to the top, and I can chase these guys down.
Well, it's been pretty impressive to see these guys all running so closely together. Matt Erickson in contention here at the short track shootout.
A lot of work going on down there in the Matt Erickson pit area, getting that 42 car all tuned up when we go back racing for the last 50 of this event. Stephen Blakesley doing a great job down there with the interviews tonight, getting out all the interviews, talking to the drivers, getting all the scoops as we get ready to interview the driver that is in 4th on the racetrack right now. The driver out of Bakersfield, California is Seth Wise with Stephen Blakesley.
With Bakersfield, Seth Wise, start up front, battle with the 12 of Kyle Keller for a bit there, rode behind him for a bit there. What do you guys need to overcome this 12 car tonight?
Yeah, we're rolling with him really good, able to follow him beyond his bumper, but, we just can't make a pass. Nothing on the bottom, super tight, so we're going to make some adjustments and drop back to forward, try and do the smart decision, hop in behind him, see what we can do, and roll that top side. And I think we have a really good shot. Just got to be smart, save our stuff up, keep it for the end, and see what we can do.
What kind of adjustments do you make on the race car to make that bottom work as a passing lane?
Yeah, the bottom side, it's really good entry and middle. It cuts really good. Just coming off, I can't get in the throttle. It's super tight. So we loosened it up a little bit, but hopefully we can make a move on the high side, get in behind him. But can't thank everyone enough on this thing. Ted at Sport Product Services, Fridlow Engine Cooler, Christian at Kudachok Farms, Homie at Salted Metals, Dave Reeves at Reeves Complete Automotive, Daryl, Bo, Frazier for the gas, everyone that helps. Can't thank him enough.
Well, he's won here in October before, but now he wants the biggest win. It's Seth Wise in car 87.
So good to see Seth Wise, one of our former junior racers, back at Madera. Love to see this kid here in a full-time season. I'm sure this kid could be champion in this Nut Up Pro Late Models. Great driver. Well, we got 5 drivers to talk to tonight, and the 5th one will be one of our junior racers, and it's good to see this guy in a top 5 position, racing for Charlie Wilson Motorsports. The driver of the number 78, Brody Moore, is with Stephen Blakeslee.
Well, we've had some comers and goers in this one. How about our $1,000 winner of the B main, Brody Moore? Now you find yourself from 17th to 5th. What's going through your mind as you're working your way through the field and you find yourself in 5th?
I'm just trying to conserve my equipment right now, save our tires for the last, I believe, 53 laps. Wilson Motorsports has done an amazing job this week, and I can't thank them enough. I'd also like to thank my sponsors, California Apartment Association's Valley Insurance Plan, Assurance Risk Managers, Spring Hill Suites by Marriott at Madera, Raceface Advancement, Friends of Jacqueline, and once again, Wilson Motorsports. They've done an amazing job.
And when you've got a car that's this raceable and drivable and you're making all these passes, what kind of adjustments do you want?
I don't know if I want to give that out. Our secrets stay with Wilson Motorsports, but like I said, we're going to try and preserve our equipment for the last 53 laps.
Well, they're going to try to be there at the end in position to capitalize. What a charge by this guy, Brody Moore.
It's been a great 100 laps for Brody Moore as he started out at position 17 and has worked his way to 5th place. Well, who will take home the $10,000 to win tonight? Race fans, stay with us because when we return, we have 50 fast and furious laps on the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, Madera Speedway, to see who will be the short track shootout champion for 2021 and take home the $10,000 check.
Through the Race to Be Drug Free campaign, we raise awareness about the harmful effects of drugs. We educate children both inside and outside of schools about staying off of drugs and out of trouble. We also have our Gloves Not Drugs boxing program, which allows kids between the ages of 8 and 18 to come learn the art of boxing and also Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
They've taught me to become a role model to everyone else. Watch what I do when no one else is looking, do the right thing all the time. It's been amazing. I really love the program. My favorite part is working with my team, my coaches. They made me who I am.
The program really motivates them to become a better person.
I've gotten better in school, more disciplined. I've gotten better grades since I started this program.
Your teammates, they're not only your teammates, your family,
Kids who could potentially be doing something bad with their lives and they can turn it into something good and positive.
Thank you for this sport, and it helped me a lot.
Was that your stomach growling or the sound of thousands of horsepower circling the track? Fuel up for race day with Mission Foods. Supercharge your taste buds with fast and easy to create recipes that are winner circle delicious. Try some of our mouth-watering tacos to piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. Start those engines because Mission has you covered from the green flag to the checkered flag. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Hey race fans, are you a fan of grassroots racing? Would you like to see more content from behind the scenes at the Madera Speedway? If so, you need to check out our YouTube channel, Short Track TV. Short Track TV is where you will find the behind the scenes action with documentaries of the race car drivers, old race footage, and other exciting and fun content from the Madera Speedway. Go to Short Track TV and subscribe today and enjoy some more great content from the fastest 1/3 mile in the West, the Madera Speedway.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on the YouTube for Short Track TV. I tell you what, we've got some points for the championship as they stand at the halfway break right now. And Jaden Walbridge right now would have a 19-point lead over Tyler Herzog. Matt Erickson is 8 points back from Tyler Herzog in third. Then you go to Kyle Keller. Kyle Keller with 324 points in fourth, and racing Jason Aguirre would round out the top five for the year. So pretty interesting things going on here. I'm not sure how much these will move around, but Jaden Walbridge right now has a 19-point break over Tyler Herzog, and more importantly has a 27-point lead over Matt Erickson. So Walbridge would pretty much have to go out of this event and Matt Erickson win this event. Okay, so someone's asking what will be the last race at Madera. We will have a live stream event that will be coming our way, and that will be in 2 weeks' time for the Turkey Triple Open. So we will have that event, and that will be the last streamed event for the year. And then we will have the Pumpkin Smash that will be after that, and that looks like not being a live streamed event at all. So 2 weeks' time, we'll round out our live streaming for the year. And a great year, and I tell you what, how about all these late models tonight for the fans online? They're doing a great job out there. 50 laps to go. Let's hope it continues the way it was. A lot of drivers out here tonight that have picked up a ton of positions on the racetrack. Going to look at Jay Jolson, is one spot out of the top 10, but Jay started way, way back at the tail of the field, took a provisional, so he did not race the B main. Jay Jolson started in 25th and has made his way up to 11th. So again, that 12 car, that Zone Up Me performance entry, has a good race going tonight. So let's see if Jay can bring it home in a top 10 for the final positions, and doing a really, really good job the last part of the season in that number 12 car, Jay Jolson. Everybody firing up the cars, and of course another big shout out to Brody Moore. Brody Moore from the B main to 5th place on the racetrack. That's pretty incredible right now. So great job. Cade McClenny inside the top 10. And we haven't seen a lot of Cade in recent times, but it's good to have him back here at Madera Speedway. And one of the big stories of this race, Howard Holden. Howard Holden in second, doing a great job. Howard Holden started this race. Let's see where Howard started. Out of position number 6. Dropped back a little and raced his way back to second place on the racetrack. So a good event for Howard Holden. Looks like we got a couple of cars out there needing push starts after the red flag for the break. Who will win this thing, race fans? Let us know who you think will win this. Well, Paul Connick says, I've never seen Howard win a race. Would love to see him do it tonight. I think Howard would love to see Howard win a late model race tonight, especially with a $10,000 check really helped that race team. And Cody Kimberly getting back going. And it looks like the 33 of Ryan Reynolds went to the pit area. So the Racing Jason Aguirre team and that Reynolds Motorsport team going to work on the 33 of Ryan Reynolds. Ryan got an issue with the 33 car. To break for Ryan Reynolds. Hopefully the team can get that car repaired and back out there. Rick Thompson also requiring a push start. As Stephen Blakeslee gets ready to join me in the booth once again. $50 laps plus 3. We're going to add 3 from, looks like there's some oil leaked from one of those cars down there. I'm trying to think who was parked right there. Might have been the 12 car of Juleson. Track crew just checking out, make sure there's no other oil or fluid spills. These cars left during their service. 53 laps remaining tonight for our late models. Sonia Harrison, thank you for your great comments on behalf of myself, Stephen Blakeslee, and of course Kenny Shepard and the whole of Madera Speedway. So Luke Dickinson and go Seth Wise. So Seth starting out of position number 4. And what was your kind of thoughts with the drivers? I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Well, the biggest thing is that Seth Wise said they kind of deliberately fell back to 4th just to ride and get themselves on the outside of that second row. So Wise is where he wants to be, and we can talk more about that after you bring us back from AB TV. You can go ahead and bring us back now.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV. This is the 9th annual short track shootout and the final race for the 2021 Nutter Pro Late Model Championship from Madera Speedway. Stephen Blakeslee has joined me back in the booth. Ho-Ho Howard Holden will be on the inside, but the car that will set him to the line, the pace, that's Kyle Keller in the number 12.
Well, in that driver on the outside, we got a problem. Oh, and then 79 of Barrett Polhemus got hit hard in the right side. And it might have been by the 45 of Aguirre, as Aguirre is stopped at the top of turn 1. Polhemus is stopped on the front straightaway, and just as quick as they were going, they were already stopped here in our nut-up short track shootout.
Yeah, that Charlie Wilson Motorsports entry may have some fluid leaking from that car. That was a pretty hard hit to the right-hand side of Barrett Polhemus' car.
Well, and it's up break for those drivers who were battling to stay in the top 10 there. Polhemus in 9th.
Ryan Reynolds did not make it back out onto the racetrack. They had problems with the 33, and he is parking that. And the team car of Racing Jason Aguirre, the track crew going down to take a look at that car. Jason's
look at
got
the
window
right
net
front.
down. Yep. a lot of damage to Racing Jason's car. Window net is down. This may require a wrecker truck, and a lot of fluid down on, I believe, on the 45 car. So the track crew will go to work containing that fluid down. It's possibly going to be a wrecker truck, and Jason climbs out of the car. Tough break for the Waterford Irrigation Corbin Cash driver out of Atwater, California. Jason just jumping out. That awesome MTFX graphics. They're going to need some new graphics for the
Turkey
front
triple.
of that for the Turkey Triple Open. Yeah, Jason's having a good look in there, and they're going to take the hood off that 45 car for the wrecker truck. So, damage to the hood, damage to the front end. That looks pretty severe. Like you say, he hit Barrett Polhemus pretty hard. Just looking at all the damage to the right front of that car. Ending his short track shootout.
You remember, you go back to that Turkey Triple Open last year, and I remarked a couple of times that was probably the favorite event that we've ever done here at Madera. The variety of drivers, grassroots teams, Bradley Erickson getting his first Pro Lane model win in his debut in that level of car. That was just such a special night. And this Nut Up short track shootout has had the same kind of feeling as that Turkey Triple Open. Just a wide variety of club drivers and junior drivers and accomplished pro drivers, and a lot of clean racing, a lot of camaraderie. And this has been a pretty special race tonight. It'll be interesting to see once the gloves come off with 53 to go. Like we said, Seth Wise told us he was riding a bit. Wise is only here for one thing, to win. We'll see how aggressive Wise gets. But this has just been a really special night, and can't wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting. I think when we get into those last 20 laps is where it's all going to start to happen. Let's hope we don't get the big one. Let's hope it's a clean night. Fortunately for Geary, just getting mixed up in that incident. Geary was back in about 12th. Polhemus was in 9th and getting turned right in front of Racing Jason Aguirre. That is a tough break. So the crew now just trying to get that fluid absorbent material. You have to kind of work it into the fluid.
Unfortunately, I don't think we caught that on any of our speed shots here.
There it is, the whole corner, right front corner. Looks like it might have broken the steering on that 45 car.
See, you know that Kenny Shepard is a fisherman, because the best way to get him to do something is tell him what he can't do. And you say, hey, I don't know if you got that wreck on camera. Oh, I must have. So he's off. I don't think you can catch a fish with that bait. No, I can do that. I can catch something. They're not biting. Oh, yeah, they are.
Here it is. Here's the...
Well, the 79's already around, so he was down. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Here it is. Polhemus just got loose.
Oh, and actually, Polhemus went up into Aguirre.
Yeah, put Aguirre into the
Polhemus
wall.
is inside of Cade McClenny here.
Yep.
And with that bright orange, he was super loose, went to save it, and
overcorrected it.
That was a Townsend Bell take slapper, and Aguirre was a victim there.
Yep.
And I wonder if Aguirre didn't get a piece of the wall, too.
So that damage was all from hitting the wall.
And you'll bring us back. Turn 2, the Nut Up 5150 turn.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV with 53 laps remaining of this 150-lap short track shootout event to go. We've got Howard Holden on the inside. Kyle Keller, your race leader, to the outside. That is a textbook start for a late boss. And here comes Seth Wise. He'll try and ride the high line and follow Keller around the outside of Ho-Ho Howard Holden.
Well, Seth Wise told us in the break that's exactly where he wanted to be. He telestrated that, scripted it. But Holden almost filled the hole there. That Again, great give and take tonight. That was a close call between Howard Holden and Seth Wise, and somehow Holden gets in front of them. And with Holden in between, Keller's going to try to drive off.
Yeah, and Matt Erickson now. Matt's been pretty good on the inside tonight. Let's see if Matt can drag race Seth Wise down there and get to the inside of Howard Holden. Howard's stepping it up the racetrack right now and blocking the run. He knows the run will come from that 87 and trying to block Seth Wise. I tell you what, they are kind of zigzagging all over the place.
Yeah, Erickson didn't know where he wanted to go. He looked low. He goes back to the top. And Racing Verdon's got a front row seat from it from P5. We've crossed the 100-lap mark. We're at lap 101 for Kyle Keller. Howard Holden, Seth Wise, Matt Erickson, Racing Verdon, your top 5. And then Brody Moore hanging in there in spot number 6, the B main winner.
Yeah, Brody Moore. It's been a great event for Brody Moore. A lot of drivers that have come from the back tonight. I was looking at
Wise
Seth
slides
through the grass. Wise slides through the grass, still on the grass.
We stay green.
Trying to get back on the racetrack without going over the rumble strips. So Seth Wise went off track.
He went through the green grass, but we stayed green. But what a tough break. And Seth Wise is going to fall all the way to 14th position here on lap number 103 with that off-road excursion, which I think might have been involving the 41 of Howard Holden.
There's an excursion coming up right here, and it's going to be an excursion that 42 looking to ride the bus down the inside of Howard Holden. Howard Holden still up on the high line. Matt Erickson, 2 veteran drivers from Madera Speedway. Howard Holden, one of the great hobby stock racers from Madera, holding out the most winningest late model driver at Madera Speedway.
I'm going to argue without jinxing it. I'm going to knock on wood. This might be the best chance that Matt Erickson's ever had to win a short track shootout. If he can get around the 41 of Howard Holden, he's proven to be probably the best car on the bottom of the entire field. You know that Keller would put him on the bottom if we get a restart. And this is all a bunch of ifs, ands, and buts, and those only count with candies and nuts because he's got to clear Howard Holden, and that's easier said than done.
Yeah, got to clear Howard Holden, who has been really fast in that Jerry's and Willie's recycling entry. And I tell you what, Howard Holden just got back around. Matt gets the inside. Howard Holden fast in a fury is what we say, and Howard Holden is certainly fast in that 41 Fury. But that's why these guys have got to racing. It's bringing a whole bunch of cars to them. And one of them I see there is another blue car, and that's big trouble because Jaden Walbridge is on the charge back through the field.
Yeah, he's just kind of rode it out. He wants to win that points in the 07 in P7. Matt Erickson tries the bottom again here on lap number 110. Holden went down the racetrack, blocked it. They both swoop up to the top. There's all kinds of zigging and zagging, dipping and diving. This is exciting racing for second place as Rick Thompson retires to the infield. Will stay green.
Yeah, the motor didn't sound good. Sounded like it was on about 5 cylinders, Rick Thompson. So that's not good for Rick Thompson. Look at the run Howard Holden got off at turn 2. Really doing a great job. And
Kyle Keller's pulled away by a lot, though. It's a 2-second lead here on lap 112.
We've seen Keller do this. Like Keller definitely the standout driver on the West Coast right now. This kid has been amazing the last sort of month, Stephen Blakeslee.
Erickson trying the inside again as there's a look at Kyle Keller. And like we said, arguably the hottest driver in the West right now. And he is just putting a stamp on this short track shootout. And when you look at the drivers that have won the short track shootout, it is like a who's who of racing with Eric Holmes, Buddy Shepard, Jeremy Doss, Mike David. That'd be a huge list to place yourself on.
It certainly would. And also will be congratulations to Kyle Keller, who's going to take the overall championship with racing Jason Aguirre getting crashed out. Here we go, side-by-side action from Madera, California, Matt Erickson and Howard Holden, 2 veterans of Madera Speedway. And Howard really trying to keep in front of that 42 car.
And Holden.
MJ Gilbert Construction entry of Matt Erickson.
And Holden's setting a really good pace because they got side by side and they pulled away from Racing Vernon, our fast time qualifier. Erickson clears him. Give him the spot. Can Erickson slide up in front of him? Yes, he'll get it out of turn 2. And now, with 33 to go and free real estate in front of Matt Erickson, can he run down Kyle Keller?
Well, what will change is if we get a restart, that will really change the complex of this race. Like we said, Matt Erickson has often joked to Kenny Shepard, could I give you $1,000 to move the short track shootout out of October into November? Because right from the start of his career at the Days of Aldermont, Matt Erickson has not been successful in the month of October. It has bitten him so many times for Matt Erickson.
How impressive is Kyle Keller took the lead on lap number 3 as we complete lap 120. That's his 118th lap led in the main event, propelling him to nearly 200 on the year. He's at 174 on the year, and at the stripe make it 175 on the season. And we talked about Racing Vernon and kind of falling back from that battle with Howard Holden, and now he's got company from Brody Moore and the resilient Lenny White, who's just kind of hung around there, around 5th or 6th this whole main event.
Lenny's kind of been in the top 10 all night and done a great job in that 55 car. Knows this racetrack real well from the modified days. It hasn't done not done a lot of late model racing here at Madera. So good to see Lenny White here in a late model. And Matt Erickson has pulled away by about a second and a half on the 41 of Ho-Ho Howard Holden.
And it kind of looked visually to me like he had fallen back, but in fact, he's gained about half a second on Kyle Keller, and that time he gave up a little bit of it, so he's only gained about 0.3 of a second on Kyle Keller. The gap right now, Andy, 1.9 seconds.
Well, we often talk about Matt being great on the high line, but he's been really good down low of recent times. Now, if there was a restart, Kyle Keller has a big decision to make. That would be to either put. This is a great battle
for
here.
third
Racing
here.
Vernon, Racing Vernon now moving up behind Howard Holden. Howard Holden under siege in third. And Racing Vernon's done a good job all night.
Yeah, but Howard Holden fights him off just like he did with Erickson. So this battle taking place about 4.5 seconds behind Kyle Keller as Keller stretching it out here. This is your battle for third on screen here, your nut-up short track shootout. The 9th running here for Madera Racing on MAV TV. $10,000 to win. We've got the driver who wants to win, the 12 of Keller. We got the 42 of Erickson. This will be for the final step of the podium, and they're having a ferocious battle as here comes Lenny White.
Yeah, and up front we got the battle of the cars with 2s on them, and there's some other 2s in there. 22 laps to go. So the cars that end in 2, and here we go.
Lenny White
into more.
They got contact out of turn 2, and that opens it up for Jaden Walbridge. He's been the other car that's been pretty decent on the bottom. Here goes Vernon. Great battle here. This is only for third.
Battle. This is a battle for third, and Howard Holden trying to hold down that third position. Got off the hill pretty good. Let's see how he goes on. Lenny White tries to make it 3 wide and spins. Racing Vernon. Vernon keeps going, but the yellow came out. Oh, Frank pulled the yellow, which you kind of have to do, and all the cars got going. That could have been a huge wreck down there out of turn number 4. We'll clean this mess up and back with the restart with 20 laps remaining from Madera, California.
Wow. And we're going to get a replay here for Madera Racing on MAV TV. There's Vernon on the bottom, opened up the bottom, and Lenny White just had a heck of a run. I wanted to say a different word. He had a heck of a run there, and then the hole closed up. There might be a little bit of inexperience from Lenny White. You're not going to get a hole on the exit of the corner like that with pro late models. Of course, Lenny extremely experienced, but we'll see this again. Lenny White came back from a football field. He had a heck of a run there.
Yeah, got that big drive past Brody Moore, and then there it is into the back tire of Racing Vernon. Now let's hope that doesn't cut a tire down. It's up right now, but you never know what that could do. Put a slit in that tire, and once you start getting that up to operating speed. And a great job by Jaden Walbridge on the outside. Jaden just kind of slowed the car up, loaded up, and stayed on the outside out of trouble.
And the 55 has been put to the back by officials there, and Vernon has to drop back there as well. And they're going all the way to the back. So they're behind, in fact, just about everybody's on the lead lap. It's kind of amazing.
Smell that tire smoke has actually come up into our TV booth all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Someone opened the door, and the tire smoke just came straight up through to the bleachers and to the TV booth. So we're getting a bit of a smell of what it's like out there.
It looked like they were putting them all the way to the back, and then I realized, we still have 13 lead lap cars, Andy, so they're going to go back to 12th and 13th. The only lap car still running is Brian Collins in the 0-2, and I think he's going to get one of his laps back. He's going to be either a lap or two behind. I'll bring him back for MAV TV with 21 to go.
Eve Allen, Kyle is going to win. Not so fast, because here comes Matt Erickson.
Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAV TV, your 9th annual Nut Up Short Track Shootout. A critical caution flag with 21 to go. The leader is the 12 of Kyle Keller, but you can never count out the most winningest driver, Matt Erickson, who's going to be on the inside. We get the pink flags for breast cancer awareness from Fearless Frank. And look who's charging in there, the 78 of Brody Moore.
Yeah, Brody Moore got a good run off the hill in turn number 2. Matt Erickson trying to fight back. This is Matt's possibly the best chance for him, and Howard Holden still charging hard back in this
Brody Moore.
Oh, Brody Moore and Matt Erickson get together. Moore around the outside. Remember, he came from the B main, starting in 17th position. Winner of the B main, took home $1,000 for that earlier tonight, and now he's moved up to second on the racetrack.
That is awfully impressive there from Brody Moore. That is a charge.
Look who's turned up. Jolson, Jay Jolson in the 12 car. Jay's in 6th position. This is the second really good run we've seen from Jay Jolson.
Well, in the 78 of Moore, it's quite reminiscent of that run that Tyler Herzog had last year from B-Main Theatrics to the top of the board. Almost won that race before trouble befell him. Hopefully the 78 of Moore can have a clean run to the end and be on the podium. It'll be his second MAV TV interview, or his third. That never happens. It'll be his third MAV TV interview in one night. That's pretty rare.
So Kyle Keller has the lead over Brody Moore, Matt Erickson. That's your top 3 right now. And look at this battle. This is the battle between Howard Holden and Seth Wise.
Whoa, Seth Wise was very loose. He told us in the interview he thought his car was good through the center of the corner and the entry, but a little bit loose off. He's very loose all the way through the corner that time around.
And that's a great battle, too, between Warbridge in 7th and Jolson. We saw that. See if we get that shot again. Here comes Matt Erickson.
Well, they're 2x2 all the way through for second.
There it is. There's Warbridge on the inside. There's Jolson on the outside. And Jolson outmotors Warbridge out of the turn. That's crazy that Jolson is outpowering that rowdy chassis.
Side-by-side racing all over this Madera Speedway, but the leader is in no close quarters. 13 laps to go. Brody Moore just ran his best lap of the main event, playing defense on Erickson. Wise battling with Holden. Julesen battling with Walbridge. There's battling all throughout the top 10 here. 12 to go.
It's starting to get busy on the racetrack. Matt Erickson starting to get busy with Brody Moore, and here you go. Now the switchback from Wise from the outside to the inside of Howard Holden. Howard Holden has battled with a lot of people tonight. He's battled with Matt Erickson. He's battled with Wise. A whole bunch of other customers he's had tonight in that 41 car. Wise now on the inside. Holden on the outside. This is great late model racing from Madera, California.
10 to go. 10 laps to go for $10,000 for Kyle Keller, who would become one of the youngest winners of this race at 16 years old. Oh boy, racing Vern into the pits. His night is likely over with. 9 to go. Matt Erickson is trying everything to get around Brody Moore. And as they run right now, the 07 and Jaden Walbridge would be your 2021 Nut Up Pro Late Model champion. That'd be a great accomplishment for that young driver, as we've got 8 to go.
Yeah, unfortunately for Racing Vernon, what I was talking about has cut down a left rear tire. So tough break for Racing Vernon. And Kyle Keller just stepping this up. He is leading by, let's take a look at it, 1.343 seconds over Brody Moore. That 12 All-Star Towing, Battleborn Racing, CSM Graphics, number 12, trying to take this to victory lane. Matt Erickson trying to run down Brody Moore.
It went all wrong for him in 3 and 4. He was right up alongside of Moore, got a little bit loose, fell back by a car length. He sails it in from extremely deep. He's in that try-hard mode right here with 5 to go. He needs something to happen. He wants to get to second, and then he wants to see a yellow to have one more try. The way that last restart went for Matt Erickson, if he can't get another redo and at least one more try, he's going to run that restart through his head the entire offseason and wonder what could have been.
Yeah, what could have been. Well, what can be is he can get to the inside, but I think time's running out with only 3 laps at the line to go. Matt Erickson, but even if Matt finishes on the podium, it'll be a good October result for Matt Erickson. I know not what they were looking for. They came here with one mission, and that mission was to take home that $10,000 and that MJ Gilbert construction entry. We got the Charlie Wilson, number 78, holding out Matt Erickson. So this young guy, Brody Moore, done a great job tonight.
Yeah, Brody Moore, I think whether he goes second or third is going to have a big smile and feel like a winner in his own right. This time around, we're going to see the white flag from fearless Frank McBee for the number 12 of Kyle Keller. He won the Madera Late Models. He won his first Pro Late Model race on September 18th, and he may win $10,000 for the Las Vegas driver with one more set of corners to go.
Yeah, Kyle Keller won the local Madera Championship, won the overall, and tonight he wins the $10,000. Tonight, the short track shootout, the winner of the 9th short track shootout goes to Kyle Keller from Brody Moore, Matt Erickson, Seth Wise. Howard Holden rounds out your top 5. Well, what a great race tonight, 150 laps. We still have the trophy celebrations to come. Steve Lacey will go down and talk to the top 3. Congratulations goes to Kyle Keller. Kyle Keller now turns the car around, and we'll do the Polish victory lap, the Kolwicki lap. What a month it has been for Kyle Keller, the informed driver on the West Coast. So Kyle Keller just coming to get that pink and white checkered flag, the autism flag from Flaky Frank. We're going to interview the top 5 tonight. So those online will be interviewing the top 5 tonight. What a great run from Kyle Keller, the informed driver, getting it done. What a night, too, for Keller Motorsports, winning the junior portion and winning the Pro Late Model portion tonight. So Keller Motorsports on fire here at Madera Speedway as Kyle Keller gets ready to bring that 12 car back to victory lane. An amazing 4 weeks for the driver of the number 12. Kyle Keller. What an amazing driver. The last, Brody Moore won the B main tonight and second in this main event. Great run for the driver of the Charlie Wilson Motorsports entry. The Keller Motorsports crew down there. Coming to talk to Kyle Keller. We'll get set for trophy presentations. $10,000 richer tonight, Keller Motorsports. I think Kyle's just going to bring that down to victory lane. Okay, so Kyle Keller backs it back. incredible. We had an update. Jaden Walbridge, unofficially the champion from Matt Erickson tonight. And Kyle Keller, with that win, drove to the third position in the championship. Great job, Kyle Keller. Looks like the Ericksons have got some water down there. It's going to get pretty wet in Madera Speedway Victory Lane tonight. Stephen Blakeslee getting ready to interview Kyle Keller. Well, we've seen it come in the last few weeks with what's been going on with Kyle Keller, just continuing to put these good races together. Just waiting for everybody to get ready down there in Victory Lane. Welcome back to Madera Racing on MAVTV, the 9th short track shootout and the 9th round of the championships of the season. Stephen Blakeslee is with our winner, Kyle Keller.
$1,000 winner from Las Vegas in the 9th annual Nut-Up short track shootout. Kyle Keller takes the jackpot back to Vegas. Well, the trophy is a cup. It's probably full of water now for this driver, Kyle Keller, out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Don't be scared of this camera because you're going to be in front of the cameras a lot, I think, in your career. What an amazing couple of weeks for you. A victory here on September 18th, the win in the short track shootout, late model title, top 5 in a West Series car. How do you describe the feeling of these last couple of weeks?
Man, 2021, it started off rough, and then it turned around for us. But, this wouldn't even be possible without all my sponsors, Battleborn Racing, All-Star Towing, Aqua Perfect, Eros Environmental, the Bowen Family Trust, Competition Carburetors, Derek Thorne Racing, KKR, CSM Graphics, Keller Motorsports, Swift Springs, Mojave Construction. This one's for Mary and Nut-Up. This wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for them. So thank you to Chuck Wall back home. Thank you to this whole crew right here. That it's amazing.
This check says on there the best late model driver in the West. Is that how you feel right now?
Pretty much, yeah.
It's an amazing feeling in Victory Lane to be a short track shootout winner for Kyle Keller.
What a great job from Kyle Keller taking the win tonight, followed by Brody Moore, Matt Erickson, Seth Wise, Howard Holden, Jay Jolson, Jaden Walbridge, Cody Kimberly, Lenny White, Kate McClenny, Pete Soto, Cassidy Hines, Brian Collins, Rayson Vernon, Rick Thompson, Barrett Paul Hemus, Jason Aguirre, Ryan Reynolds, Glenn Cook, Ethan Nascimento, Carlos Vieira, Kersey Young, Bradley Erickson, Sheldon Cooper, Sean Reynolds, and Colby Berry. That is the full rundown of positions as Stephen Blakeslee is down there with our second place competitor tonight from the B main to second, Brody Moore.
Well, it's not often I interview a driver 3 times in one night for MAVTV, from the B main, the halfway break, and now second place in the short track shootout for Brody Moore. How did you do that? How do you run from 17th to 2nd?
Honestly, I have no idea, but Wilson Motorsports, Charlie Wilson, they gave me one heck of a car this week, and I can't thank them enough. It was an awesome race.
Now, you told us in the break you couldn't reveal what the adjustment was. Now you see the results. What did you guys do to make this thing so fast?
Well, our brakes were going a little before the halfway break, so we put some brake fluid in, and we adjusted some stuff with the brake bias, and we were right there for the end of at the end of the race for sure.
How hungry does this make you for next season and where your racing career is going to take you, that you can run this strong in a race this big?
I'm really excited for next season, and hopefully we'll be doing double duty once more. But I'd like to thank all my sponsors: California Apartment Association, Valley Insurance Plan, Assurance Risk Managers, Spring Hill Suites by Marriott at Madeira, Raceface Advancement, Friends of Jacqueline, and one huge shout out to Wilson Motorsports. I couldn't do without all of them.
Well, the Colorado driver took it to the high side and gets second place for Brody Moore.
Big time drive tonight from the B main, starting 17th. Great job, Brody Moore. To the championship, Jaden Walbridge wins the championship from Matt Erickson by 19 points. 1 marker back to Kyle Keller, third in the championship. They're followed by Tyler Herzog, Jason Aguirre, Jay Jolson, Howard Holden, Rick Thompson, Eric Nascimento Jr., and Bradley Erickson rounds out the top 10 in the 2001 championship. Third place down there is Matt Erickson, the veteran. He is with Stephen Blakesley.
All right, we're down here with Matt Erickson, third place in the Nut Up Short Track Shootout. And I know it's bittersweet to run third, but a strong performance for your team. After what happened a couple of weeks ago, how much satisfaction do you have coming back and being on the podium?
Well, whenever you wreck the car and come back and it's faster, that's always good. But if it wasn't for the help of Lauren Coots, I wouldn't be here right now. And, we worked hard on this. Didn't get either championship, but, there's always next year. I knew we were going to have a good year this year because every other run I have in this 10K race, I get a podium or I crash out the other one. So I might just sit out next year and then catch it in 2023, and hopefully we could get it then.
Now, you had a good car on the bottom. That restart didn't quite go your way. How much were you hoping for another one to have one more try?
Sit in third, probably not. Now, if I was fourth, that would have been a different story. When you're on the bottom, you're at a big disadvantage on the restarts. They worked on the restart procedure, but I think it needs a little bit more work because when you're on the bottom, you're just always loose coming off the corner there, and it's hard to get going. The last one I spun tires pretty bad there, and Keller hit it good, but when you got the banking helping you, that's how the restarts play out. So I was hoping it could go green. That run there, I was running him down half a tenth a lap. I don't think I was going to get to him, just not enough laps. But for top three, I think I was back to 10th at one point. Come out here with a top three, especially after getting hit and bending something in the front end, being towed out an inch. Almost should have left because the car was faster until I did that.
Well, what an amazing comeback after what happened a few weeks ago on the podium for Matt Erickson at the Short Track Shootout.
Good to see Matt Erickson smiling in victory lane after a solid third tonight. October has not been the month for him in the Short Track Shootout. Stephen Blakesley working his way down now to talk to some of the other drivers. The next driver he'll get to will be the driver out of Bakersfield, California. And that will be Seth Wise. Seth just taking a drink down there. He's going to now talk to Stephen Blakesley.
Down here with Seth Wise out of Bakersfield, fourth place in the Nut Up Short Track Shootout. You told us at the break that you had kind of dropped back to fourth. You were trying to use track position. There were a few restarts where you did get a run going on the top, just not quite enough to get the win. What else did you guys need to get that W tonight?
Yeah, I think we were doing really good. Dropped back to fourth in the first half, trying to be smart, save our stuff up, and we had a really good piece. It was really rolling the top side and bottom side really good, but had a racing incident, saved it luckily going through 1 and 2, dropped all the way to last, and brought all the way back up to fourth. Couldn't be more happier with our team. We'll definitely be back. This is a big race for us, so we're going to take our notes and be back, and can't thank everyone enough that gets us out here. My dad, grandpa, everyone doing all the help. SPS, Ted at Support Product Services, Free Flow Engine Cooler, Christian at Kudachog Farms, Reeves at Complete Automotive, homie at Urcho Cuss Salts and Metals, and then Daryl about. And happy birthday to Raul in the Navy.
Well, I think he made his presence felt tonight. Fourth place for Seth Wise.
Yeah, had Seth Wise not got out of the groove, what would have been if he hadn't have gone to the rear and had followed his way back? But a good fight back from Seth Wise tonight, doing a great job as we get ready to talk to the driver in the top 5 tonight. Local driver, one of our hobby stock racers, has had a lot of success here at Madera Speedway. Steve Blakesley is with Ho-Ho Howard Holden.
Well, a great top 5 here for the Nut Up Short Track Shootout. 5th place tonight for Howard Holden. What does it feel like to run 5th in an event this prestigious?
It's pretty awesome to run up here with these guys. They're fast. They got their stuff together for our little team. This is a win. We were hoping for a top 3, but top 5, we'll take it every weekend.
Some pretty exciting battling there. Was there anything you could have done differently to be a few positions higher?
No, I guess I could have tried to get more aggressive, but wrecking cars at that late in the race wasn't really worth it. And I was just trying to hold on for what we can get out of the race.
Well, they got a lot out of this race. 5th place for Howard Holden tonight.
Yeah, one of the budget cars in this series, Howard Holden doing a great job. And like you said, like a win tonight, 5th place, was wanting a podium, didn't quite happen, but a great drive tonight by Howard Holden. Move down now to the driver of the 07. What a great season this driver's had. 2021 Nut Up Pro Late Model Champion Jaden Walbridge with Stephen Blakesley.
Well, the driver from Vancouver, Washington, the 16-year-old, becomes one of our youngest champions in the Nut Up Pro Late Models. Did what he had to do in the season finale, and that's Jaden Walbridge, who has a huge number of people down here celebrating with him in Victory Lane. Couple wins this season, couple of fast times, a top 10 in the 10,000 to win, and a title. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. We went through so much bad luck these last couple races, and the stuff that we went through, especially this weekend, was crazy. And then to spin on the front stretch like that and save it and not have to go to the back was good for us too. But it was just impossible to pass, and we kept getting the bottom on the restarts, and the motor kept stuttering. I wasn't able to get off the bottom very good, but could not do it with all the blessings in my life that the Lord gives me and all these people. Huge shout out to Crown Holmes. He stepped up huge, big time for this race, and looking forward to hopefully doing some with them next year. And Madera Blinds and Shutters, they also helped out a ton too. My grandpa, grandma, the Lord, obviously, Derek Thorne, Mike Juarez, and Mom, Jeremy, Jim and Lori Noonan for everything they've done for me, and everyone else that's here.
Now, you talked about it in the driver profile interview. Those first two races this year, you weren't in this car. You were renting other cars, just trying to get your season underneath you. When did you have a moment where you went, I could be the champion this year?
I think the moment went off when that situation happened with Herzog, and we gained almost 40-something points in one race on those guys. And before that race, it wasn't even in the back of my mind. So we've overcame a lot this year, like I said, and hopefully we'll be able to do something next year.
We've had some great champions in this series with drivers like, of course, Buddy Shepard being one of the biggest ones. What does it mean to add your name to a list like that?
Yeah, I think I texted you the other night. I think I'm second youngest to Buddy Shepard, and he's most championships here, and he's doing great things now. And it means a lot to be so young doing this, and hopefully we'll continue next year.
What a great season for this driver from Vancouver, Washington. Your champion for the Nut Up Pro Late Models, Jaden Walbridge here at Madera Speedway.
Once again, a big congratulations to Jaden Walbridge, Matt Erickson, and Kyle Keller, the top three for 2021. Well, it's been a great season in Nut Up Pro Late Model Racing from Madera Speedway, the 7th year of Madera Racing on MAV TV. It's been a great season for all the late models and, of course, our junior late models. On behalf of Matt, Kenny Shepard, all the crew, my broadcast partner, Stephen Blakeslee, I'm Outback Andy. See you back in 2022. Well, for the people online, what a great night of racing. I think Kenny Shepard is going to step into the booth while Stephen Blakeslee is down trackside.
Yep, just real quick, because we've got a lot of equipment to close down. I just wanted to jump in here real quick for our fans online and say thank you for everyone for joining us. What a incredible night of racing. We finished the season, those juniors, unbelievable how well they race. And then to watch, Kyle Keller, we've watched him since he was that little kid. We showed it on our Wednesday night show that we do. That kid came forward and just came into his own here this year. And then you have the same situation, what we just saw with Brody Moore. Think of that. Brody Moore was hesitant to even start the B-Main. They had to make a decision to do it. He does that. He goes out in the B-Main and learns how to drive the top with the pros. Ultra confident even in the junior race, and then drives this darn thing on the high side up to second place. Amazing. I think we just saw a kid that just learned how to race tonight or really gain confidence. Watch out with that 78 car Brody Moore. You have Matt Erickson, the veteran. Seth Wise, 87. Howard Holden, he was my pick to win. Howard was really quick a couple weeks ago, kind of the underdog. And then Jaden Walbridge to win that championship. Absolutely amazing night of racing to cap off one of the best seasons we've ever had here at the Madera Speedway.
Yeah, how about this too, Kenny Shepard? This is the youngest field of Nut Up Pro Late Models we've had in the history of the series, with so many young drivers tonight, and the way the racing was super clean. Very few incidents tonight. I think it was only 2 incidents that caused damage tonight for the whole 150 laps.
I predicted long green flag runs. I said it at the drivers' meeting. I hope you guys have exercised. I hope you drank your water, because if you're not in shape, you're going to fall out of the seat tonight. This place has been racing. The track's getting better and better with this surface, the way we did the reseal. And it's just, we've had a lot of green flag runs. Steven said it really well. It had a feel of almost the triple turkey from last year. A huge variety of drivers. The camaraderie in the pits this weekend was second to none. Last night, the kids were back out in the infield they're playing softball. All the kids. Next thing you know, everyone's laughing and hooting. I closed the gates last night about 10:30, heading back to the shop to get the TV gear ready. And all I could hear was laughter from the kids and parents echoing from the pits. The camaraderie is amazing right now, how well these teams get along. I couldn't be more proud right now. There is a really cool shot. Let's see if Matt can direct Doug, or maybe Matt can get on this camera. I want to see that trophy with that check right behind it. If you can zoom in from Matt, our Do Everything guy right now, our editor. I'm going to see if he can grab that check, a shot of it. Wow, what a night. I mean, I am fired up. Like, it's sad. It's like getting out of high school. Darn it, we're ending the season. It's time to go. We're ready right now. This is phenomenal. I just love it.
And just all night long with the championship, we started in the juniors tonight where the thing was going back and forwards, whether Jacob Smith was going to get the championship or not, and the way it worked out. And then tonight, take a look at the championship. This thing really got shuffled around, King Shepard. Warbridge won by it's 19 points, and then you have 1 point back to Kyle Keller. Keller drove up to third place in the championship, 1 point behind Matt Erickson in the championship.
Well, look at the junior. That came down to the last lap. What a battle that was, and Brody Armtrout ends up winning. I'm going to interrupt you real quick, though. There's a comment from a person, Photoman4. Photoman4 says, thank you, Kenny Shepard, for streaming these. We look you up at RPM Workshop here in Reno. When I wasn't reporting the local race, I was watching. Photoman4, are you the gentleman, the reporter? I did the keynote up there a couple of years ago, right before COVID. It was December. COVID hit, March? Yep. I think this is the gentleman. He interviewed me. And part of my speech was, and ironically, I knew nothing about COVID, was we need to prepare our racetracks so they can financially be healthy, even if we had to run them with mannequins in the grandstands. Sponsorship, media branding, television, and live free television is what I talked with him about. So Photoman4, if you can post a comment, if you're the gentleman that interviewed me up there, you remember my comments there. I was harping on we have to grow a bigger base of fans in short track racing in general. And these pay-per-view live streams are not going to do it. That's going to reduce the fan base to just family members only. What we're trying to do with this free live stream, although it costs us a lot of money in ticket sales, last week we loaded this place with live stream shut off. Place was packed. I'm passionate about growing it. So hopefully Photoman4 right there will throw throw a note in there, and I'd like to know if that's the gentleman that interviewed me up there.
Yeah, he's saying, yes, I am. Dan McGee is his name.
Oh, sorry. I didn't have Stevens down. Stevens not moving down.
Yeah,
what's
just
his name?
that. Dan McGee.
All right, Dan, you remember that conversation and how ironic COVID hit? All this stuff we've been doing, everything I preached, we put out there, free live streams. We calculate, you're talking between last year and this year in pay-per-view, probably between tickets this year, I hate to say it, but we calculated about $300,000 we gave up doing this with ticket sales and all that, but I absolutely believe it's worth it. We're trying to grow this thing. Again, back to tonight's action. Wasn't this incredible? I'm fired up. We've got
racing.
3 hours of tear down, all the stuff we've got to get going, so we do have to get moving so we can knock this stuff down. Wow. Wow is all I can say. I hope you fans out there in Short Track TV enjoyed it as much as we did. I had a hard time switching tonight.
This is a big lead into 2 weeks' time with the Triple Turkey.
Yeah, that's true. Triple Turkey normally in November. This year it will be 2 weeks from now. We've got, as we mentioned, Ron Hornaday's coming out with Landon Lewis. I think Steven said Landon finished 13th tonight in Salem. Jesse Love, one of our graduates, wins a national ARCA Menards race. We're so proud of these kids. You guys watch. Our goal, Tammy and I talked about this, when we get 10 kids to start the Daytona 500, we're quitting. We're retiring. So, the two cars. Oh, they did win both tonight.
They did.
Think about
both
that.
Calica's got to victory
Well, let's
tonight.
switch this. Let me see if I can switch that. Get it to, let's see, four there. That's a little better shot. Wow, what a situation for that race team, huh?
Yep. Keneally did a great job tonight, and we've talked about that before. Dropping down to the Madera local late model races for these kids. We saw it with the McClennies. We've seen it with a number of different drivers. When they drop down to the Madera late models, and they learn how to race side by side. They come back and look what happened.
You're
with
talking about our
Keneally.
club racing.
Yep.
And how many times has this happened, McClaney, like you said? They win. And, I mean, the thing that we're going to be most well known for here at the Madera Speedway is the impact we've had by bringing so much in the way of youth into the sport. We push them up into super lates. We push them, especially the Arkham and Art Series is going to be so healthy from what we're doing here alone. And it was just a vision we had shoot at Altamont. It started at Altamont 2006. We need to start working and bringing more youth into the sport. And holy cow, this thing's amazing, the success. I don't want to say we invented it, but we definitely were the innovators with this style of racing, a treaded tire, an inexpensive crate engine. It neutralizes the super rich teams. Look at those two cars right there. That is a small team. You've got an open bed trailer, a little bitty trailer. The Keneally family, mom, pop operation. Keller's little tiny operation. One wins the $10,000 to win. The other one wins his first junior race tonight. As you guys can tell, I'm talking fast. I love this stuff. This is crazy.
That's really cool to see that out there with the Keneally car after last week having a good run in the Madera Late Miles, and he puts that car in victory lane tonight. Incredible for the whole Keller team, John Keller and all the crew down there.
Yep, awesome
taking the sweep tonight here at Madera.
Hold on, Andy. Let me see. I've got Al Kennedy on here. You guys get to watch this all night. I'm over here busy. Al Kennedy, they've been working hard down at Willow Springs. We got to give them a plug. Nice, you guys can come down to Willow Springs. I hope brand new paved. Al, when Andy Dodaro, this was probably, 7 years ago or something. I brought 4 guys down to Willow Springs when Andy was trying to get the thing rolling again. And brought our head safety guy down, the race director down, came down myself, and then I brought my top tech person down. And we spent a whole night working behind the scenes at Willow Springs, helping down there. We're very passionate about all types of racing. Man, I'm hoarse. I wanted to be a fan sitting in the grandstands tonight. I love this stuff. Darn it. We've got a race in 2 weeks. We've got a big pumpkin smash.
Yep.
And then I guess I've got to go visit my bass boat, which next week is my turn to be a competitor. We've got a mega buck bass fishing trip tournament. We qualified for tournament champions. My turn to go compete next Saturday. Andy, we better get out of here.
Yep.
I've got 2.5, 3 hours of knockdown to do, and our boys are tearing cars down in the pit, so I'm sure my phone's going to ring here in a bit to come look at certain things and check things out and all that. But
good luck next week with the fishing.
Yep, it's my turn to have some fun.
Enjoy the week off,
Yep.
and we'll be back in 2 weeks' time for the Triple Turkey Open event.
Yep.
It was a great night from Madera Speedway. Thank you, everybody online. It's been a pleasure once again. Year 7 on MAV TV as well. How quickly that has gone. 7 years on MAV TV.
7 years, and we've done – tonight was the 170th episode we've filmed.
Really?
So 170. Yep. Obviously with Lucas and other things that we've done that we've shot for them. It's not just our own. Davey Munoz. Hello, Davey. Yep. I forgot Davey was with us. He went down and announced that night. Davey Munoz was with us at Willows. So we love helping him out. And Andy left 2018, a few more rashes at Willows. You know what? You just keep digging, Al. You guys need some help. You guys call us up. We'd be glad to help in any way, shape, or form we could. Heck, Davey needs to come over and do some bass fish with me. Who knows? Maybe Davey and I will run down there and have some fun, help you boys out. All right, race fans on Short Track TV, we love you guys. Thank you so much for your passion. Spread the word. Let's keep growing this thing bigger. Who knows? Maybe we'll take the whole operation down and film something for Al down at Willow Springs. Take the whole team down and they do a winter series or something. We've got some announcements on a winter program that we're doing that's going to be real exciting coming up. It includes a cup buddy of mine, and so we'll announce that here probably in a month or so. In the meantime, Wednesday nights here on Short Track TV, make sure you guys are watching. We do the driver profiles as we're filming for MAV TV. And right now we've got to hit the trail. We've got to get this stuff set down. Andy, thank you for the hard work. Stephen Blakesley. Like you said already, this whole crew, it's time to get rolling. We got to get shut down, get out of here, so I can be home by 5 a.m. because after we're done with this, we've got to clean up the pits for that big flea market tomorrow, make sure the place is spotless. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Phone's ringing off the hook. I got to grab that. We will catch you guys our next live stream, 2 weeks. Make sure you tune in. Hornaday will be out. Landon Lewis will be out. The Triple Turkey Open show in 2 weeks. Thank you guys so much. Have a great evening.